Happy morning to everyone. That's really great. So I welcome you all on behalf of PSG College of Nursing and the Management for this national conference. So as we knew that artificial intelligence, it's going to beat the human intelligence, but still nobody can replace the human brain. So now artificial intelligence is one of the very hot topic which has been discussed all over the world, especially the IT industries and these days. And we knew like what is artificial intelligence, is it not? It's a simulation of human intelligent process by machines, especially the computer system. So it's going to be a threat for all the human intelligence people. So what is it we are going to do? So as the nursing people in the healthcare, we should be aware of it. What is this AI? How it is going to help us in our healthcare? So it is the ability of the machine to think and learn like a human being. So it plays a very key role in the healthcare, robotics, surgery when they do it in NASA, agriculture, in all the places. So if you see that, just to review that, where this AI came actually, it was been originally coined by a computer scientist who's been called John McCarthy, who defined it as the science and engineering to making the intelligent machines. So it is a combination of the science and the engineering. So we, the healthcare people as a science people and with the engineering students who make the machines, so both combined together make this as a artificial intelligence. And Alan Turing, he considered to be the another father of AI because he authored in 1950 itself the article called Computing Machinery and Intelligence, which has been discussed for considering the machine to be intelligent. So, but now in the healthcare as such, you see that most of the surgeries is based on the artificial intelligence in our country. Now it has become, because healthcare sector is one of them that AI is going to play a major role to improve the treatment process more independently and with the better results in terms of disease diagnosis and medical care assistance. So just you need to realize that how well the AI is going to be applied in the healthcare, because the increasing availability of the healthcare data and the rapid development of big data analytic methods, that's most important, which made possible for the successful application of AI in healthcare. So there are a lot of research studies are coming up how this AI is helping in the healthcare system. And it's also been used as a fitness tracking devices, as you all know, that monitor the heart rate, sleeping pattern, walking activities, and helping the users to generate alerts and exercise accordingly. Because why we need to have that? Why we need to monitor this heart rate and all that? Because recently we see that cardiac arrest or the heart attack used to come only in the olden people, aged people like that. But now even the 20-25 years old people are suffering with the heart attack and the cardiac arrest, sudden death like that. So it really makes awareness among the people that they need to monitor the heart rate to identify the earliest. For that, this has been really helpful, and sleeping pattern, because we don't sleep. With the technology, I'm sure the student groups, they understand that if mobile is there in your hands, you forget to sleep. Is it not? How many of you will go to the bed at 10 o'clock? 10 மணிக்கு யாரெல்லாம் தூங்க போறீங்க? Only out of the 600, I can see only the raising the hands around 5 to 10 people. Because when the mobile is in our hands, there are so many social media apps are there, we really forget to sleep. We want to enjoy that, because sleep is the one which is most important for our health. So now what happened? The machine is taking up to monitor your sleep pattern. So that is the thing. And your walking activities, how far we spend time with our own health needs of walking and exercise and everything. So this AI helps for that. So in future, if you see that AI can do all the major operations. So artificial intelligence, I will take you to the little of how this artificial intelligence in global health, then to our theme. So around the globe, when you see that, this is the timeline of AI in health. 1955, as I told you, the term has been coined by John McCarthy and founded as an academic discipline in 1956 in US. Between 1960 to 70, where they produced first problem-solving program or expert system known as dental assistant to identify the bacteria and recommending the antibiotics. That is the first one which we started. Okay, in 1980s and 90s, you see that slowly the growth of microcomputer A new level of network connectivity has started, and the AI system in the healthcare was designed to accommodate and absence of perfect data and build on the expertise of the physicians. In 2010-19, if you see that, where we started with the genomic sequencing database, and AI, artificial intelligence, started in electronic health record systems, like as we told you all, know, monitoring the heart rate, sleep pattern, everything. Natural language processing and computer vision and robotic assisted surgery. After 2010, we have started with that. And now after 2019 and now onwards, there are a lot of drugs which has been discovered and developed because of this AI, and preclinical research, personalized healthcare, and many more. All these details will be given to you all in this full day, because one day will not be sufficient to learn about it. So we are able to concentrate only for the mental health. This is in a nutshell. I can say that AI is there. AI chatbots. That is the most thing which we are using nowadays. This really helps for the lot of patients in the healthcare system, and it has been used in telemedicine and for the medical records, data analytics, medical imaging, for the hospital, for the genetic research, research in drug discovery, information clinical trials, and personalized genetics, wearable devices. Wearable devices is what you are wearing, smartwatch, is it? Not in that to monitor this. And personalized gadgets, genetics, and mental health. So we are just taking up only one area, because AI helps in all the areas. It's a very wide area, actually. We need to concentrate on it. So we have taken it up only one area in the mental health, how in each age group the AI plays the important role. That is the today's theme. So if you see that this AI really helps with the robotic surgeries, it helps in the early detection, for the diagnosis, for decision making, for the treatment and end of life care, for the research, for the training, and keeping well yourself. So AI plays an important role in our body, in our healthcare, from the beginning till the end of the life. Okay. So this was a study which has been done in 2016 itself. They found that consumers worldwide are open to receive AI-enabled healthcare. 54% were willing in 2016 itself. So now 2023, mostly we are moving into the AI. 38% were unwilling and 7% were either they were willing or not willing. But now around more than 80% they are into the AI in healthcare. So we want to make it as I'm sure it is going to be 100% AI in our healthcare system too. So the burden of, why did we take the mental health as such? Because the burden of mental illness across the world, including India, is increasing at great rate, because I'm sure all of us will know about it. Why do we concentrate on the mental health than the physical health? Because ultimately, if you want to be fit, more than physical fitness, the mental health should be most important, because according to the global burden of disease, the contribution of mental illness towards total disability adjusted life years has increased from 2.5% in 1990 to 4.7% in 2017. And after COVID, again, it has increased much more than that. So this at the same time, India has a shortage of psychiatrists, approximately about 0.75 psychiatrists per 1 lakh population, which is more severe in rural areas. So there is a huge treatment gap in the mental health care in developing lower and lower middle income countries. We are the developing countries. So according to WHO, there is 76 to 85% of treatment gap is there in the developing countries regarding mental disorders. There may be a lot of reasons the people are not coming out with their mental illness, or they don't want to say that. But nowadays we see that many of them are suffering with the mental disorders. So according to the National Mental Health Survey in India, the treatment gap reported for any mental disorder is as high as 83%. Do you think it is an alarming one for us? How many of you know that how this mental disorder has a major impact on the health system? Huge deficit is there for the mental health professionals, and inequitable resources distribution makes the gap more prominent. So adding more to the burden, there has been increase in mental health challenges during COVID-19 pandemic, with a rise in suicide, loneliness, and substance use. It's really alarming for all of us. This AI and digital interfaces are emerging as a viable alternative for reducing this gap and make the psychiatric diagnosis and treatment accessible and affordable. So artificial intelligence can act as a potent solution to address this shortage. So although technologies have used artificial intelligence are expensive, but AI systems have the potential to reduce unwarranted variation in our clinical practice, improve the efficiency and prevent avoidable medical errors, which might eventually prove to be the cost effective. So here in our mental health, if you say that artificial intelligence helps in the reduction of the stress level, problem identification skill, problem solving skill, thinking ability, monitoring of mental health status, and logical reasoning. So this use of artificial intelligence is increasingly being employed in various fields of mental health like affective disorders, psychosis, and geriatric psychiatry. So AI is currently being used to facilitate early disease condition, which enables a better understanding of the disease progression, optimize the medication and treatment diagnosis, dosage, and uncover the novel treatments for the people. So the chat GPT and AI-based chatbots are programmed and trained with a vast knowledge about psychiatric conditions and respond with empathy. This is an article which has been recently published in Indian Journal of Psychiatry in 2023 March. You can refer it for the further reference because there are a lot of evidence has been proved that how the AI plays an important role in the healthcare system, which you can refer for further more artificial intelligence in the era of ChatGPT, opportunities and challenges in mental health care. Like this, we have so many research studies are there in genomic research for the drug discovery, for the health informatics, like that. So many research are there because today we are going to concentrate only on mental health. I just took this article of the recent one for your reference. So the theme is to unfold it, artificial intelligence, which is going to lead the change in the global mental health. So this is the theme of the conference I'm going to unveil today. So followed by this, you have different sessions which will be dealing about this, how this is helpful in the mental health. Just in a nutshell of the topics, what we are going to cover it today. As we knew that first one on overview of this, because we knew that global mental health is an evolving field of research and practice which aims to alleviate the mental suffering through the prevention, care, and treatment of mental illness, substance use disorders, and to promote and sustain the mental health of individuals and communities around the world. So for that beginning, most important is you need to assess how far the person is mentally healthy. That is the first topic that you are going to have. Then, because our population is more of the adolescent, and according to the recent model assessments, about 1 in 7 adolescents around the world are estimated to have mental health conditions, according to the UNICEF. So among adolescents, anxiety disorders and mood disorders are the most common. Even we find it from our students also before exam or a submission of any assignment or go to the clinical on time. Again, everybody is anxious. That should be a thing which we need to think of it. And AI could help alleviate this problem by providing help without any drugs or anything for the patient to disclose their issues to the another human being. So virtual mental health therapies or chatbots can provide mental health support. They can also provide diagnosis and recommended therapies. And that's about the adolescent health. How about the woman's health? Does it play an important role? Yes. Because we say that 50% of the people are the women, they are the vulnerable populations again. Becoming a mother we knew that it's an incredible experience. But many women describe that mental journey is a roller coaster ride, especially when it comes to their mental health. According to WHO, they say that again, nearly 16% of the women experience a depression during their pregnancy, 20% after having the baby in developing countries. That 10% of the pregnant women and 13% of the new mental disorder. This is again women's mental health. So this A can be a game changer, scanning the trillions of points using the permutation and combination to detect and quantify the possible mental health risks during their onset. So this provides a guidance and recommendation to the caregivers and to the healthcare professionals while treating the early symptom in the pregnant woman. So how about, okay, the other vulnerable population when we take is a geriatric, because in many countries, the geriatric population more, that's the reason geriatric nursing has become much more valuable in other countries. But now, in another 5 to 10 years, India is going to face a problem with the geriatric population is going to be high in our country. That is the reason if I see that nowadays there are a lot of geriatric homes are coming up. Is it not? How many of you knew, like in your own place, how many geriatric homes are there? That is one reason is again single family, and that which really spreads the parents, or many people are moving abroad. So keeping the parents in the geriatric home. Again, we need to, like losing their own kids and grandchildren, everything. it's going to cause the problem for the. So we all should think that one day we also going to become old. So we have a social responsibility to take care of our own parents or our grandparents so that we will be able to avoid a lot of mental health problems for our geriatric population, because we knew that global population continues with the age and demand for the innovative solution to address the mental health in order to teach people also. Because with 1 billion people, around 60 and over by 2025. So that needs the innovative solution to address and meet the mental health need of the people. So this cognitive, because for them as they become old, there is going to be a cognitive decline, dementia and depression. These are the common in older adults, but they can be different to identify due to overlapping symptoms and the stigma. That is most important associated with the mental health issues. So AI is the power tool that can help really the healthcare people to accurately and efficiently access the cognitive function, mood and behavior, and enable to identify the potential problems before they become severe. So AI plays a role not only for the curative or rehabilitative, from the time of preventive, promotive, curative and rehabilitative, all the functions will be taken care by the AI. And in a psychiatric illness AI role, because it's a topic, other one, because we knew that mental illness is significant public health is affecting millions of people worldwide. So this AI can learn and use complex data to analyze it and provide possible solutions. So it can be instrumental in mental health diagnosis, increasing the accuracy of the test results, speeding up the improving of the drug development, and turning the general methods of service delivery. And chatbots, which can interact with an individual in real time, they are available at 24/7. Chatbots are available at no cost, and they reduce the stigma in terms of assessing the treatment. So all of you have to use the chatbots so that it will really help you, even if you have any of the mental problems that can be solved at the earliest. So this seminar has been organized by realizing the growing demands of this healthcare industry by streamlining the diagnosis and improve the clinical outcomes by the healthcare professionals, especially by us. Let us all join hands in bringing in artificial intelligence powered brighter future to the humanity. So technology is not just a tool. It can give the learner a voice that they may not have had before. So with this, let me conclude that, go to the panel of experts who will be dealing in detail about all the topics what has been listed today for this national conference. So thank you all so much, and I wish everyone all the best for today's session to learn more and keep update yourself and to utilize in your practice. I wish everyone thank you. And I really thank all the nursing college principals and the heads, faculty, and the students for your positive involvement in this webinar and the conference, because it's both the more hybrid mode has been there, the people are there from other states also. So I thank each and everyone and have a great day. Thank you all so much. Have a great day with us too. Thank you.
Artificial intelligence overview and assessment of global mental health. Topic is, it's like introduction, definition, terminologies, timeline of AI in health, AI applications, 6 principles of AI, emerging trends in AI health technologies, AI in nursing education, assessment of global mental health, and conclusions. So, in brief about the intro of AI, AI is often described as the new electricity. Just as the invention of electricity transformed the way we live, work and play. AI posed to transform the world we live in. So it's like a new electricity for us. Without these things also we can't, in future, in nowadays also we can't live.
Excuse me, sir.
In definition of artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think and act like human intelligence. Okay, it's same like human intelligence.
Excuse me, sir.
Particular machines will perform. What are the ways? Means these are designed to learn, reason, and solve problems in a way that is similar to human cognizance. That is and they are able to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as understanding language, recognizing images, and making decisions. We have to know some of the terminologies in artificial intelligence. Why? Because when we are knowing the particular terminology, then only we can better understand about that artificial intelligence. First one, it's like machine learning. Okay, machine learning is the computer use algorithms to gain knowledge from data and interprets data for itself. As more data are presented to machine learning applications, the computer learns from the data and corrects outputs. For example, most of you are using that Android mobile phones in face recognition. It's like one kind of machine learning. You have to show your face in all the angles, then only easily it will opens. Otherwise, you can't open your mobile also. So this is the example of machine learning. Then what are the ways they are using means predictive analysis and forecasting, fraud detection and cyber security, recommendation systems, personalized recommendation on e-commerce platforms, credit scoring and risk assessments. So they are using in machine learning. Then we have to know the natural language processing also. It's like NLP. It refers an approach of capturing data from narratives and creating structured reports for the computer processing. Why? Because the pooling of data, all the things from the artificial intelligence particular software, and then it will display that what are the things they want to do. It's like example chatbots and virtual assistants. Okay, when you are using the particular chatbots, it will deciding what type of answers the system they have to respond to the particular patients. Then language translation and interpretations. So nowadays you are using that Google in Tamil translations. When you are entering that English words also, you will get the easily translations. It's kind of natural language processing. Then speech recognition and voice assistant. It's example of it's like speech recognition speakers. And then Google assistants also, with the help of you can easily you will get the answers. Whatever the things if you have the queries with the help of AI. So that natural language processing is very essential one in AI. Then computer visions, this one also it's very important. Why? Because it will recognize things that it's kind of a discipline within AI that bridge the gap between computer and the external visual environments. Okay, if you are seeing some of the movies, they will analyze who is the particular persons with the help of other. Okay, with the help of AI, they are analyzing. And then in cyber security also, they are easily analyzing who is the particular person did the crime with the help of AI. Then examples here, object recognition and image classifications, facial recognitions and biometric identifications, autonomous vehicles and self-driving cars, medical image analysis and diagnostics. Next, timeline of AI in health. Ma'am also highlighted the same thing. Here also I am going to brief about that. In 1956, McCarthy invented that economic point of artificial intelligence in US. In 1960, they used for that identifying the bacteria and recommending antibiotics with the help of AI. The 1980s and 1990s, they developed much more advanced. It's like they want to get the prescriptions with the help of AI. It's like replacing the physicians. It's kind of things in 1980s and 1990s. Then 2010 and 2019 genomic sequences database. Then AI, electronic health record systems, NLP, and computer vision robots assisted surgery. In 2019 and onwards, discovery and development of drugs, preclinical research, and personalized healthcare, and many more. In AI in general applications, in nowadays we are using much more AI, more than 20 or 30 AI we are using in the way of it's like social media. When you are searching with the help of Amazon or Flipkart, if you are searching particular product, it's like mobile or whatever the things, you will get lot of advertisements. You will get it from that your social media. It's like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. How you are getting means with the help of AI. It's not spying someone you. Okay, from that how they are getting the data means with the help of your Gmail. they are pooling that all the data and then they are sending the advertisement in your social platforms. They are using effectively in AI. Then chatbots, it's like speech recognition and voice assistance. Nowadays, you don't want to use the remote also for smart TV. You can voice recognition, you can change the channels and you can switch on the Netflix or it's much more. Then autonomous vehicle, it's like self-driving cars. Nowadays, they are programming and then it will setting the place means it automatically, the car will reaching the particular place. Then space explorations to perform investigation on moon or Mars. Now only we send that Chandrayaan 3.0, there also they will do the much more analysis. Okay, then gaming. The AI much more developed with the help of gaming only. Gaming persons only, they discover much more things. It's like virtual reality. They want to play in natural setting. It's like PUBG or much more. Okay, so from there only they invented much more things in AI. With the help of things only, nowadays we are using all the AI technologies. Banking and finance, nowadays you can get the help from virtual assistance. It's like electronic virtual assistance. In India itself, we are getting the assistance from HDFC, then IDBI banks. In private banks, they are using that much more in later we will get it from that in our central bank or SBI also. Then in agriculture also they are utilizing very much. It's like what is the humidity of the particular land and pH level of the land. Then based on that they are cultivating the plants. Then marketings, okay, in share market where I have to invest, with the help of they are investing the share. Then healthcare, absolutely we are much more, we are using that other fields, other disciplines we are using in robotic surgeries and much more things in that medicine field. Then in 6 principles they given by WHO 2021, what are the things means? Protecting human autonomy. We don't want to violate that. Autonomy means that independence. We don't want to disturb them. Okay, I am going to use particular AI, you have to do particular things. It's not kind of things. Then promoting human well-being and safety and the public interest, ensuring transparency, explainability and intelligibility. Then fostering responsibility and accountability, ensuring inclusiveness and equity, promoting AI that is responsive and sustainable. Okay, these are the 6 principles they given by WHO to ensure AI works for the public interest in all countries. Emerging trends in AI health technologies. Okay, these are the main components. Now itself they are utilizing with the help of AI in healthcare. Okay, it's like socially assistive robots. It's like Sophia they introduced in that Gulf country. It will helping them. It's like it socially interact with that human beings. It's socially assistive robots. They are mainly utilizing in that healthcare. It's kind of emotional support and reduce loneliness among the elders. Okay, mainly if they have that, it's like dementia. Okay, that kind of peoples, they can easily they can get communications with the particular robots. It will give them much more care. Okay, they don't want to feel that loneliness. Then humanoid and robots, mobility robots. It's history. They are obtaining that this robot for history collection and shifting the patients, then gathering and delivering supplies among other activities. Then predictive analysis. In this kind of robots, technology, AI technology, they are using to prevent the patient falls and monitoring, continuous monitoring vital signs, then weaning from ventilators. In ICUs also, they are using the AI technology to monitor the particular patients and then continuously they are monitoring and then they are doing the what is the decisions they have to take immediately. It's kind of, it's like weaning from ventilator. Then clinical decision support systems. In this type of AI, we can easily monitor the deterioration of patients. And then they are identifying that the AR of stages, and then if they are going to get the strokes, and then how they are recovered from the strokes also, they are easily monitoring and then they are giving the care. Then it will easily giving that activities of daily living for long-term care patients, and in nursing field we can easily diagnose and then we can do the what kind of interventions for the particular. Then smart homes in medication adherence, we can easily monitor the patients in the smart their home itself with the help of smart home technology. It's like whether they are taking the medications or smart their pills or not. With the help of medication adherence chatbots, smart pills, wristband sensors, continuing behavioral monitoring. Then virtual healthcare assistant chatbots also there. From there we can easily monitor the patient's digital notes in electronic health record systems, and rural and remote areas have access to continuous coordinate care. Okay, these are the things they are doing with the help of AI in healthcare. Nursing implications, it's kind of things in nursing practice. What are the things we can do means it's like augmented nursing practice and the delivery of safe and high quality care. We can, with the help of robot, or with the help of AI, we can do the better care to the patients. Then meeting residents' hygiene and healthcare needs. If it is, if they are in that home care also they are using with the help of AI, and then what are the things it's rendering with the help of AI. Then in nursing policies, we have to do, we have to take some nursing policies for implementation of AI. What are the things which we have to give much more importance for safety and ethical practice for the particular patients. Then protection of data and patients' privacies. In nursing administrations, what are the way the AI helping means automated analysis of patients' data. It's like OPD, how many cases are there, how many patients in that particular ward, who are the patients discharged, who are the patients admitted. We get the data with the help of AI. Then scheduling nursing tasks, reducing documentations. No need to write that much of nursing notes. When we are verbally, we are interacting with the AI, it will easily recording and then it will converting as a documentations. And then it will easily do the schedule also. It's like shift duty, morning shift, afternoon, night shift. It will automatically, it will scheduling with the help of that particular AI. Then workflow process, accuracy patients care provided. So it will much more reducing our burden, and then we are going to much more give the importance to the patient side. Then in nursing research, AI and compassionate care is still in the infancy stage, and more research on the topic is better. If you are searching in that AI technology they are using in that nursing field means hardly we are getting that only scoping reviews. Scoping reviews, nothing but meta-analysis, meta-synthesis research only we are getting. We are not implementing the direct patient's care. So that is the stage we are. It's like infancy. From our college also we are initiating 2 projects. It's like ChatGPT project, and then it's like medication adherence project for psychiatric patients. Then if we are going to the AI projects, we have to get huge amount of funds. Why? Because if you are going for ChatGPT also, if you are going to installing particular software means we have to pay. It's like per patients or the particular words or documents we have to pay 1,000 rupees or 1,500 rupees minimum charges, up to 10,000 are there. Okay, if I am going to gathering the 100 patients data means I have to pay minimum 15 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Then only I can affordable that particular AI software, and then I can complete the project. So funding is much more importance for utilizing AI in nursing research also. In future, what are the things will occur in the AI in nursing educations? Transformation of nursing education curricula will be necessary to ensure future nurses are equipped with informatic competencies, as well as competencies in digital data literacy to work in clinical settings that increasingly using artificial intelligence and machine learning technology. So we have to aware of it. In futures, in the curriculum, they will include that these are the components. In that nursing, BS nursing syllabus itself, they will separately, they will allot that one subject maybe like artificial intelligence. Okay, what are the subject that particular units means? It's like data analysis, predictive modeling, machine learning principles, engineering principles, digital or data literacy, ethics, privacy issues including security breaches or cyber threats, big data governance, technocentric cultural competence, AI research designs, robotics, care and operations. So these are the future things which it's going to occur in our nursing education also. Then what type of assignments we can give it to the students means these are the things. It's already there. It's emerging, and in European countries they are using the AI technologies. These are the things I have get it from that particular research articles. They are already utilizing in the US and UK. So what are the things means enhancing simulations training. Okay, different patient scenarios and develop critical thinking skills necessary for real life situations. They are getting much scenarios, and then visual, they will fit that visual camera, visual reality things, and then from that they are going to do the analyze. They are going to give the care to the particular patients. Then customized learning experiences, in which subject or which unit the students are they are lacking, they are providing the particular coaching for the particular subject or particular unit. The students going to get the better in the particular subjects. Then improved assessment tools. There is no bias. When we are using the AI tools, there is no bias for the particular students. Okay, so you will get the genuine marks, and then you will get the valuable insights into areas, and you will better improvements. You will get the better improvements. Then visual mentorships. Okay, in vague movie or comedy. Anytime when they call பண்ணு. So it's kind of things. 12 o'clock phone money கேட்பான். எனக்கு ஒரு doubt இருக்கு sir. So it kind of things when you are using that AI in 24/7, you will get the assistance with the help of AI. Whatever the doubts you can clarify. Then staying updated with the latest research. Okay, guidelines for dynamic healthcare environments. Okay, you can update easily. Then fostering lifelong learning. Okay, gamified experience. It's like mobile game experiences. Then encouragement to grow throughout the careers. In much of the research in psychiatric field, in nursing, psychiatric nursing, they are using the mobile game app for the adolescence research. Okay, with the help of that mobile game apps, they are modifying the behaviors to desirable behaviors. It's kind of things you can get it from that. Then move on to assessment of global mental health. Okay, these are the vulnerable groups. It's like adolescents, adult and geriatric. In adult, mainly women. So assessment of global mental health, it's nothing but same like our history collection and mental status examinations. So I think you are aware of it, history collection. This is the scenario. This one also I make this with the help of mind map AI tools. I don't want to explain much more things. I think so you are familiar with. In brief about history collections, we have to gather the patient identification data. When you are using the AI, all the things will gather by the AI itself. In history collections, not doing the MSc, but it will analyze the history collections with the help of AI. In patient identification data, we have to gather all the demographic variables, it's kind of things. Then informant details also we have to gather. We don't want to collect only by the patients, we have to gather the information from the attendants also, or informants. Then only we will get that real history of the patients. Then chief complaints, we have to get it from that according to patients as well as according to informants. What is the things, why they are admitted in that particular hospitals. Then biological functions, there's 4 components. It's like sleep and appetite and bowel and bladder. If they have that many problems, means in global mental health, what they will do means they have that much of sleep problems, means they will do the sleep analysis scale. They will use the particular patients, and then they are analyzing. And then appetite, if it is adolescents, they have that problems with the appetite, means they will use the particular anorexia nervosa scale or bulimia nervosa scale. From that they are doing the analysis. Then bowel and bladder, they will do the analysis. Then history of presenting illness, we have to gather from the patients in we have to get the full history from the patients. Okay, that is history of presenting illness. Then we have to move into post psychiatric history, then post medical and surgical history. Then we have to give some more importance for the genogram or pedigree chart. Then main thing, it's personal history. In personal history, first one, it's not personal history, this one birth history, then childhood history, educational, play, occupational, puberty, sexual and marital history, menstrual and obstetrical history. in birth history, if we are mainly when we are analyzing the adolescence, that time we have to analyze what type of birth we have to do. It's like antenatal, intranatal, postnatal history we have to gather from the parents. Then childhood history, what is the behavioral any abnormalities we have to get it from the parents as well as the child. Then educational history, how the students they are performing in the particular schools, we have to get it from the particular parents. Then play history also from the patients as well as from the family members. In occupational history, if we are going to in adult or women's means, we have to inquire about that occupational history. In per year, how many times they change the jobs, you have to get it from that. Then puberty for females we have to gather, and sexual and marital history and menstrual and obstetrical history from the women's. Then pre-morbid personality. What is the meaning? Pre-morbid personality. Okay, before occurring the particular illness, we have to gather the information. So that is pre-morbid. Before occurring the illness, we have to gather the particular personality of the patients. What are the ways? Means interpersonal relationships, use of leisure time, then predominant mood, religious beliefs and moral attitudes, habits and fantasy lives. So these are the things we have to gather from the particular patients. It will come under the history collections, mainly patient identification data, chief complaints, biological functions, history of presenting illness, socioeconomic history, personal history, and pre-morbid personality. Next, mental status examinations. This one also with the help of AI mind map. So these are the things we have to gather from the patients. Okay, if we are finding that any abnormalities, particularly when we are assessing in mood and affect, they are expressing, they have the related moods, means that time we have to use the manic scale. And then if they are expressing much more depressions, means we have to do the depression scale for the particular patients. Then if it is thought disturbances much more there, it's kind of things, means that time also we have to do the some of the scales we have to utilize in its kind of manic scale. There are also on depression scales. Then in content of thought, if they are having that more obsessions thought about the particular things, means we have to use the OCD scale. Then if they are having much more fear, means we have to use the phobic scale. Then delusions, if they are expressing much more delusions, means we have to use the particular delusion scale. With the help of AI, they are using that. In perceptions, if they are expressing that much more hallucinations, means we have to do the hallucination scales. It's kind, if you are getting much more auditory hallucinations, means what may be the diagnosis? Students, the patients expressing that much more auditory hallucinations. They have the first person, second person, third person hallucinations. Yes, good. Schizophrenia. So that time we have to use the schizophrenic scale, and then we have to analyze what type of schizophrenia they have. We have to get it from that. Then we have to analyze illusion and misinterpretations. Then cognitive functions, we have to assess the conscious level. Then we have to do the orientations. If they are analyzing with the elder patients, means we have to use the mini mental status examinations. Apart from that, mental status examinations we have to use for if it is above 65 or above 60s also, that time we have to use the mini mental status examinations. We have to give more importance for higher mental functions. It's like orientations, then attention, concentrations, and memory, intelligence, and abstract thinking. We have to do the analysis of judgments also. In judgment, 3 test judgments: personal, social, and test judgments. Finally, we have to move on to the insights. Okay, any doubts so far? Any queries? Okay, in conclusions, nurses with artificial intelligence support can spend more time with patients for better patients care. Curricular reforms, it's mandatory in nursing education's program to practice artificial intelligence safely and efficiently in nursing care by providing patient-centered, comprehensive and compassionate high-touch care. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope all of you had tea and refreshed back. Okay, so I thank PSG, College of Nursing, Dr. Jaisula, as well as their team for giving me this opportunity It's been an immense pleasure to be back to PSG. I have been here for past 1 year. We have been on and off doing courses on lactation. We did BPNIS course and then I came back for a talk. It's nice to come back and see all familiar faces here. So artificial intelligence in adolescent mental health was a very new topic to me. So when they called and told me, I said, I'm a doctor and I'm not a tech savvy. I'm not very good in technology. So I was wondering, how am I going to give this talk today? But I think the whole process has taught me a lot of things and given me also a new, eye-opener to artificial intelligence. So let me share what I have learned over this time. I was wondering when I started looking at this, is this what life is going to be after this? Are we going to be looking at robots? Are we going to be looking at phones? Are we going to be looking at apps and not human beings? But I learned a lot more looking into the topic. So let us see what we are going to look into. So what we are going to see today, or what you're going to hear from me today, is nature versus nurture, epigenetics, magnitude of the problem, uses of artificial intelligence in depression, ADHD, and autism, understanding the adolescent brain, and the challenges in AI. So, adolescent mental health by itself is a different topic. I can talk to you for a whole day for that. I've tried to bring everything as much as possible into 1 hour. So, why is adolescent mental health so important? Okay, so I would consider all of you also in this category because I consider adolescents up to the age of 25. So we have early and late adolescent. So the late adolescent people go up to 25. So I'm sure you all will understand a little bit more about your brain and yourself as well by the time we finish today. So why is adolescent mental health so important? Half of all mental health disorders arise before the age of 14. Adult psychiatric problems does not suddenly crop up. You will have small symptoms, mild symptoms, or at least some sort of issues which you can see and identify. And if untreated, they extend into adult life, affecting education, employment, relationships. And I think now we'll understand that even parenting of the next generation gets affected. So that is why it is a very important topic which I want to talk about today. Okay. It's not working. Mic varla. Okay. So coming to nature versus nurture. What is this? I want you to understand that nature is something which you are born with. It is your gene, it is your hereditary factors. That is physical appearance and personality. Many times we tell, we look like our dad, tall, we look like a mom, right? We say that, that is genetic. And also many times they will tell, that anger has come from the daddy and that fearfulness has come from mommy. We'll keep saying, we cannot change, we cannot do anything. It's in the family, it is just like that. Many of us, I'm sure many parents also complain this, right? We see that we just cannot change things like that. That is nature. Now coming to nurture. What is nurture? In nurture, we are looking at environmental variables, where you are living. Okay, who are the people you are associated with? How do the people in your house talk? What are your childhood experiences? How well your social relationships, your surroundings, all of this is extremely important. How you come up or what you are going to be later. So we always thought nature is very important, that we cannot change anything. But that is not at all true. It's very important for us to understand that there are adverse childhood experiences. So adverse childhood experiences are difficult experiences for anybody, like a physical abuse, an emotional abuse, a sexual abuse, a domestic violence, parental substance abuse, mental illness, suicide or death, crime or something in the family. These are problems which somebody might have an alcoholic dad at home, you might probably not have enough money at home, or whatever be it. They are called adverse childhood experiences. There is something called positive childhood experiences. Coming to positive childhood experiences, if you see what experience you have with your family in difficult times, have they been supportive? Did you have a good, happy high school? Was there no bullying? Did you have somebody else as support other than your family members? How were you able to discuss with your family with feelings? There are a lot of this. These are the top 7 which I have put over here. So you can weigh adverse with a positive childhood experiences, right? So if you have a difficult situation also, but if you have support from outside, you can change. Your nature can change with nurture. That is what we are trying to say. Your genetic pattern can change. So you are not only made up of your gene, you are also made up of your environment and lifestyle. Just because you come from a difficult family doesn't mean that you have to be the same way. That can change. That is called as epigenetics, which in research today tells we can change the way we feel, the way we do, and what we want to be. I will give you an example of our orphanage boys. I've been working with Don Bosco Orphanage for more than 16 years now. And I have worked with children from very difficult backgrounds. So I'll talk about a few children who were from 2008-2009 batch. They were children who came from parents who were in the jail, who were substance abuse, maybe single parent with difficult environment. But from the child welfare committee, they were put into the orphanage home. In the orphanage home, they were given education, they were given a good food, shelter, and they were given a goal. People were there who came and spoke to them, and health and whatever it is. And now that is almost, they were around 8 and 10. All these boys are now marriageable age, 28, 29 now. I have one boy who has bought a car and running a call taxi. I know one boy who has finished his MSW and was working with PSG, is now going to Germany. I have one boy who has finished CA. I have one boy who knows working in Hamleys. I have one who has got married and having a child and coming to me for parenting advice. So these children could have been in difficult situation. They could have also been robbers. They could have also been taking substance. They could have also been an alcoholic. What changed them? It was not the gene. It was the environment. It was the lifestyle which changed this child. Hence, when coming to adolescent mental health, it is very important that we understand that epigenetics is the role now and it can change. So we can change any child with support. This is something which we have to understand before I go into artificial intelligence. So coming to why, before I could go, I want to give a small case, because if I'm going to just talk theory now, we all are going to get confused. This is how I got confused when I was doing research. So I have tried to make it as simple as possible. Okay. So this is a child who I saw. So let us connect all the further things what I'm going to talk from now on to this particular story. Okay. This is a 14-year-old child studying in 9th standard. 1 second. Just 1 second. இதை கொஞ்சம் minimize பண்ணுங்க. Okay, sorry. So this is a 14-year-old child studying in 9th standard, is having feelings of sadness, not being able to sleep and reduced appetite, feeling extremely tired and feels he is not fit to do anything. So he's living with his mother and grandparents, as his parents divorced when he was 6 years old. They have a close-knitted family with aunts and cousins. The cousins have been studying well and moved to colleges recently. He has found academics difficult from beginning. When he sits to study, his attention gets diverted, and lately he is not able to perform well. He has been scolded and advised by his grandfather, saying you are not fit and will not be able to achieve anything, comparing him with his other cousins. His mother was diagnosed of depression and was taking medication. He loves art, sketches and pencil draws beautifully. He loves football. He loves to spend time on the phone playing games and watching YouTube, for which there are constant arguments at home. He cut his left forearm with the blade multiple times and then stopped. This is a case who I have seen, and I was trying to connect all the artificial intelligence to this because it made more sense to me. So I've tried to do that as well. So our problem is, what is the diagnosis? Okay. So what happened to this child? How could we have prevented this? What are the tools we could use? And who are the people or machines we could involve in the treatment? So these are a few answers which we will look as we go down here. Okay. So let's understand the magnitude of this problem. Why am I talking about this particular cases? I think we know by now that the diagnosis mostly was depression. That was a major diagnosis, and there were other diagnoses below that as well. But according to WHO, more than 300 million people are suffering from depression, an increase of more than 18% between 2005 and 2015. More than 700,000 people die due to suicide every year. Suicide is the fourth leading cause of death in 15 to 29-year-olds. Investment in mental health makes economic sense. Every US $1 invested in scaling up treatment for depression and anxiety leads to a return of US $4. The failure to act is very costly. A WHO letter study, it seems, and it says that the treatment costs of health outcomes in 36 low and middle income, that is, we come under that LMIC, says that in 15 years, from 2016 to 2030, low levels because of less recognition and access. This is what we need to understand. To care for depression and other common mental disorders, anxiety result in a global economic loss. Depression and anxiety is very common, and we are seeing that very, very commonly in most adolescents these days. The losses incurred are in three parts, that is households, governments, and employers. In households, they lose out financially, where they cannot work, obviously. Employers are suffering because they are taking leave, and governments will have to pay higher. So this is the problem which we are going to be facing down the lane. So what is the treatment for depression and anxiety? What do you think it could be? Psychological treatments are the first treatment for depression and anxiety, like behavioral activation, cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal psychotherapy, and problem-solving therapy. Treatment usually involves talking therapy, right? Medicines will always come in depression, but it's always a combination. Sometimes we start with therapy, then we go into therapy with medications. Medications does not work separately for most of the psychiatric disorders. It will work, but you also need some supportive therapy always. So first, let us understand what are the uses. Now let us connect with this case. So the first thing what they said was that machine learning and computer vision, which are subsets, are widely used for imaging, segmentation, and predictability. Now, in this story, if you see this child came from a single parent, okay? This parent, they were divorced, okay? And also, if you see, the mother also suffered from depression. There was a lot of predictability in this. So, machine learning approaches are successful due to their focus on the performance of the models on new data, which is called as generalizability. They might say, okay, fine. It could have been, probably, if there was data taken, okay? Second, the diagnosis of a new patient is predicted using the training data set of the diagnosis of previous patients. Maybe there would have been another few patients who also came with the same background. Maybe difficulty in academics, probably, single parent, probably not much support. Maybe there were similar cases like this, and you could have said, probably this might happen for this child, let us give some support. That also could have been a helpful tool. Coming to, it can also differentiate between diagnosis of diseases with similar symptoms but divergent methods of treatment. In psychotherapy, it's very difficult to see which suits what. For some of them, CBT works. For some of them, that doesn't work. So we also have to see what therapy works for which person. Coming to data-driven AI methods based on various factors such as demographic features, neurocognitive, and biomarker profiles can aid in identifying new disease types. So if we could have even more history or even more detailed history, which most of us as doctors, or even when the patient comes to you in the hospital, we are more worried about whether we are given the tablet. We are more worried about what has to be done professionally. But when it comes to psychiatry, it is not only the person, it is everything around it. We look at it as a biophysical, psychosocial profile, where the child lives, where is the environment, what is the child's achievement, what is the ambition, who are the parents. Everything plays a role when it comes to psychotherapy or psychology of an adolescent child. And also, there will be decipher patterns from data, because it will be accurate. Obviously, if you're going to get 1 lakh data, I cannot sit with a paper. I got an opportunity to present a presentation in IACAPAB Dubai in December. And we did the data. I think I didn't know about AI that time. We took printouts. We had to write down. We had to put everything manually. And it was very difficult. Almost 600 data, which we did itself, was very difficult. Hopefully, if we would have got all these sort of tools, we would have been able to do it much easier, much faster with more data. And India has got enough and more data, actually. So that all these are how we can connect it, or how we could prevent that particular situation over there with that particular child. Now, this is something which was new. Even I understood when I was going through this research. There's somebody called Andy Blackwell who works for LISO Diagnostics. So I will tell what I heard, and this is what I understood as well. That when this person, like imagine this side you are having a therapist, and that side is the patient.
So, clear. People? Yes.
Can you just minimize all of this otherwise? It's gonna be minimized.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Yeah. Now, is this what wait?
Oh, yes.
This is not working. Leave it, no problem.
இது எப்படி மியூட் பண்றது வீடியோ இது
Let's see.
Okay.
No problem. Is this working or not? Okay. So we are able to understand, or with a lot of data, the stress level, as I've said, you can see it in the pictures. Most of these things are very difficult for us to identify, right? Even if you ask a question, you can either do it to a questionnaire, right? Most of the time it's either questionnaire or probably repeated. It is very difficult. If I'm going to sit with the patient and say, can you problem solve? It's difficult. But with psychological test, yes, you can do that. But psychological tests and assessments are done only by clinical psychologists, which take a long time. Not necessary that everybody needs a lot of these tests. So probably these might help definitely when it comes to adolescent mental health. So coming to what are the uses? So early detection and screening. I'm sure that most of the mental health, as I said, it starts at the age of 14. So if we detect early, we can prevent an adult psychiatric problem. We can give them a better quality of life. You know, psychiatric illnesses, quality goes down very, very badly. So I'm sure that will help. Coming to diagnosis and assessment, I'm sure with various data sources, self-reported information, physiological measures and imaging as well, and with the symptom profiles, these machine learning models will be able to give us a good diagnosis. Personalized treatment. It can also analyze certain characteristics. Now, for particularly this person, even though there is no father, but there was a family support. Whereas another child, there was no father, but there was no family support. So this sort of division can be done by AI easily. Coming to therapeutic support. No, it's available 24/7. We are human beings. We need our sleep, right? But robots don't need their sleep. So working a 24/7 machine was good. The other day we were doing something on suicide. And when I had called the helplines, they told me that they are going to have a 24/7 chat helpline. I think it's Sneha Foundation, if I'm not mistaken. So I was wondering, how are they going to have a 24/7 chat? You know, it's difficult to run something 24/7. After I saw this, I said, maybe they're using a chatbot. I'm not sure. But the reason also the person told me was that some of the adolescents prefer chatting than even talking to a person. The present adolescents prefer chatting about their own problems to somebody else than even talking to a suicide helpline desk. So we are offering it 24/7 because night we are having a lot of suicides. That is what they told me. So when I saw this, I said, maybe that's a good idea. You know, it gives support, right? We need help. When you are in distress, you need somebody to call to, whether it is a robot on the other side, whether it's a human being, somebody is replying to you. Okay. Coming to data analysis and insights. So it finds new apps to identify trends and patterns in adolescent mental health. Coming to digital therapies, I'm sure that there are a lot, as I explained to you about the therapy, this was one example which I gave you. Prevention and education. See, a lot of learning platforms have come, lot of games have come for children to understand their own health, understand their own things, so that the children are more interested in that. If I stand and talk to them, they're not happy. You give them a game and tell them to play this and make them understand, they'll be more happier. Maybe prevention and promotion also, it might help in that way. Remote monitoring. This was something when I read, I was thinking, I hope we could do that with our children, right? They're saying you can facilitate remote monitoring of adolescents by analyzing data from their wearables and smartphones. So we know what actually they're doing when I'm coming here for a talk. My sons are at home. So we will know what is happening, what they have used, what the phone has done, when probably we can access. So these are things which we can do in remote monitoring, research and insights. So there are such good things about AI. I wouldn't say AI is only bad. Okay. Coming to another problem called ADHD. ADHD is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. It has two parts. One is inattention and one more is impulsive. I have finished depression and anxiety. I hope I am clear. Am I clear? Am I too fast? Okay. Yeah. So I've tried to put in whatever I could get on depression and anxiety, and now I'm moving on to ADHD. So ADHD is a very common problem which I'm seeing in adolescents, especially after COVID, after online phones, after gaming happening. So this has become a major cause for a lot of issues with adolescents, especially after they go to college. Because at least till school, you have some control of what is happening. So there is inattention and distractibility. The hyperactiveness and impulsiveness is there, but the main problem becomes inattention and distractibility with later adolescents. I had a child who did really well up to grade 12. And this child got an something in physics. Astrophysics, right? He got a seat for astrophysics in a US very famous institute, and this child has gone to US. He is also from a single parent and was able to stay with both parents till the age of 10. Grandparents are there for support. This child has gone to the US. The parent has spent quite a bit of money for this child. But after the child went, the child found very difficult to adjust into a new situation, was finding it very difficult to focus, was getting distracted very easily, and was not able to complete the first or second semester, failed, lost a few marks, had to come back to India. I'm working with this child for almost 3 years now. That child is in the final year now in the US. So this child had a lot of inattention. And because of all of these problems, the child went into borderline depression, which we have worked on the child. But now the major problem for me is inattention. The child goes back every time. And after the child goes back, the child is finding it very difficult to focus. We give whatever therapy we are giving from here sometimes, we find it very difficult. Now ADHD is a common problem. So I was wondering, what can we do for these children? So when I went through the research, there were apps. They said there is something called a lean machine app, where the projects will be monitored, it will be reminded, distractions will be less, you have to just time it. Okay? There is something called forest app, where when you do the work, apparently the tree grows. And if you get distracted, the tree falls. So even you can see physically, the child will say, okay, fine, I've done my work, let me come back. There is something called brain.fm. So this brain.fm, what is it doing? It gives you music. Whenever I know my son, my younger one, loves Spotify, loves YouTube. But one song to another song, sometimes you don't know where the song goes, you forget what you're doing here. Many of ADHD children like music in the background. They like that. They like to work with music. They need sound. But what happens? In the process of changing, we will start watching the video. Even if it's Spotify, there is some small thing coming in Spotify, we will get diverted with that. So these children, they have come up with brain.fm, where it is advisable for certain sort of music, which is good for the brain and also gives them that music. So this was one more app which I came forward to. And also there is another one which said, reactive time, where you can take back your time, how much you're using, how long you are spending time, and things like that. So these were actually good apps. And I used this with my patient. The only problem is that, again, they should not get diverted. Okay, you finally need a human at the end of the day, but still at least something, right? Because the parents are here, nobody is with the child over there. There is no other support I can give to the child, but we can at least guide him with. So this was something good about AI. Coming to another problem, which is autism spectrum. So this is very common, even though it is only seen, we hear only in younger children, they are not talking, the speech is there, they're not turning and things like that. I have seen a lot of children who are in the spectrum who are showing after 10, 14, 18, 20. They are having lot of difficulty in repetitions. They cannot have change. They want everything in the same way. They want everything to be done. People, how to talk socially, how to communicate socially, how to maintain friendship, how to maintain relationships are very difficult. Right? So in the spectrum, the main problem is socialization. They're not able to socialize. They don't know how to talk. If somebody comes and say, oh, you don't look nice. What is this? We are not going to go and say that, right? Nobody is going to say that. But they don't know that they should not say that. The food is not at all nice. We won't say things like when you go to a new place. But they find it very difficult. In relationships, they have a certain routine. If something, imagine you have a child. The child one day is crying and saying, I don't want to go out. But the parent is saying, no, you have to go out. The parent is in the spectrum. Is it possible? Sometimes you have to work with your child, right? So things like this create problems with spectrum. So they have found out a lot of therapy. So they have found therapy with the AIs, where they can talk to the robots, where they can do like a certain games with the robots, as well as they've said even therapy. But for therapy, you will need support of the parent or somebody, but there are AIs which also do talking therapy. So according to that AI aided diagnosis, there is one tool in California which doesn't need involvement of staff, is what they are saying. This was a few research which I got. I've just put it forward. This is another one called SoftBank Robotics NAO, which says that there were androids which expresses emotions. Apparently hand, if you lift, it gives a smile, it gives a tone of voice, it gives things like that, which helps the child with therapy. And also there is another robo called Bibli, which also can give all kinds of therapy. But, it will be a scalable way to provide care for kids who do not get care. See, in certain places, I think that in psychiatrists and psychologists are not enough for actually what is happening. I'm sure you know about that part. So at least in places where it's not accessible, this might be of some help. And it's much more accessible emotionally too. The problem with our autistic children is they don't like humans. You go send them to a therapist again. They're not happy with the therapist. They don't want to express. So at least initially talking to a robot, they might be happier. That's not going to work in the long term. But at least initially to get that, no, the help, we can probably use that. Apps are intended to teach specific skills such as appropriate social communication, facial expression, recognition, and eye contact. While some children are more willing to interact with a robot than a human. I don't know how far that will work, because I really think reacting with a human is the best choice for an autistic child. But probably you can use that as a support. This is another one called Little Otter. I was able to meet the person who did this particular app. She's Helen Auger. When I had gone for the conference in Dubai, I got to meet her in person and she had a presentation. So, they have also made a combination. She is a very well-known psychiatrist. And she also has, I think her daughter is into, technical stuff or something. They've come up with this new thing. So you need a lot of medical background and knowledge. You just cannot create an app with only technology. That is something which we have to understand when it comes to psychiatry and mental health. The person, whoever is doing, needs to know a lot of data, needs to know a lot of science and basis, which is very important. And second, even if you're using an app for data and things like that, it is very useful. But end of the day, for therapy and monitoring, a human is a must. Now coming to the downfalls. Let's first understand our brain, okay? So all of us think that we are adults now. I'm sure all of you in the room believe you're adults, right? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so let's look at our brain for a second. At age 5 and age 20, can you see the top brains? Is there any change in the brain? From age 5 to age 20? Is there a change or no? What is the change? Can you tell me what is the change? Is there a change in size? Yes or no? Is there a change in color? Yes. So the only big difference is the color, right? At age 5, 90% of the brain develops and it matures only at the age of 20 to 25. The color change is a maturity. The development of the brain happens 90% by the age of 5 years. Okay. Now let's understand, what do you mean by maturity? All of us are matured. I want to be 18 and then I'm free. That is what all of us think as adolescents. Not me. I am not an adolescent, but all of you think, right? Yes or no? Okay. So prefrontal cortex is a part of the brain which is responsible for thinking, reasoning, and logic. So what is the main job of the prefrontal cortex is to understand, should I do this at this time? Can I watch the mobile for more than 30 minutes? Can I stop within 30 minutes? Okay. These are a lot of functions of prefrontal cortex. And there is another part called amygdala, which is responsible for emotions like anger, happiness, sadness, and rapidly develops. So because the prefrontal cortex develops only by the age of 25, your amygdala takes over most of your decisions, which is done very, very emotionally. Did you finish eating? Do you want something? You have an exam? I know. I'm sure these were the answers given to you all by your parents today morning before coming here. Yes or no? I don't want breakfast. I am not hungry. Whatever. It will come with vowels. A, E, I, O, U. I keep telling my son, there is something other than vowels. You can join to, you can join two alphabets and make at least a word. Yeah. So it's difficult for adolescents because the amygdala takes over. Everything is emotion. Everything is reaction. Can't blame you all because your brain is having a problem. Next time your parents tell you, please come and listen to this talk. Our brain is having a problem. It is not me. Okay. Yeah. So we have to understand that the prefrontal cortex main job is self-control. Can I leave the phone in 30 minutes? Can I use just one app? I had one adolescent child who came to me and told me, doctor, I want to control the phone, doctor, but I'm finding it very difficult. Why, son? What is the problem? See, first I decided to take the Facebook. I opened the Facebook. I went through it. I decided that is it. I have to start studying. I opened the book. There was one ping sound. Then I again took the phone. It was Instagram. How can I leave Instagram, doctor? I went through it again for another 20 minutes. After that, I kept the phone again because I wanted to study. I have an exam. There was another ting sound. That was my Snapchat. Right? So we use so many apps on the phone. We don't have self-control. Right? It's difficult because the brain is not developed. Our emotions are difficult to regulate. You can only get angry with your parents. You cannot come and get angry with your principal here, right? Because you'll get a TC. We know that. We work safely. ability to work towards a defined goal. I have joined nursing college. I want to finish. That is what your aim came in. Now what is it? I have to pass and come out. That's all. Who's bothered about the marks? Right? It changes. Complex cognitive behavior, moral judgment. Is it okay to have relationships? To what extent can I go into the relationship? Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it fashion? Is it peer pressure? Planning and analysis. Today morning, I'm sure you're supposed to come at 9 o'clock. I'm sure I didn't come early, but I'm sure that all of you will be running inside 9:50. Right? Time management. These are problems because your brain is not ready. As adolescents, we need to understand that your brain is not ready. And this is your brain if I cut it open. The college, job and future is right in the prefrontal cortex, which is not developed. We don't know the importance of that. We don't know what's going to happen. We know because we are standing in this end. But when somebody, your teachers or your parents talk about it, you think, it's boring. They started again. Oh my God. The problem is their prefrontal cortex is developed and ours is not. Because we have a lot of things happening in our brain. We have music, we have friends, we have passion, we have sleep, we have so many things, and that's not wrong. I'm not telling you that is wrong. I'm just telling you that for everything, you need a time limit. You need a line which you are not able to keep because you're an adolescent. Right? So we have to understand about the maturing of the brain. If you can see that mastering a language comes at 5, 6 is hearing, let's leave that. Learning to play an instrument is at 9. After that comes a problem. Remembering and problem solving comes only at 15. That is why maths with algebra and trigonometry became easier only after that. Till then, it was very difficult for us. Right? After that, understanding and responding normally to rewards. Inhibiting impulses and planning to reach a goal. Recognizing peer pressure comes only at the age of 25. Right? And now you want to use AI. At what age? At the age of 2. Right? What happens? Over-reliance of all of this will create issues which is developed through, you need to practice. You need to do something. If you don't do, what happens? What happens? Your cognition goes. Young individuals may become dependent on AI-driven tools for spelling and grammar checks. Grammarly, very common. Who will write everything there, take a printout and go. What is the spelling in the exam? Grammarly will come and correct it. The teacher, poor teacher, has to keep Grammarly in the side because teacher only will forget what the spelling is. Right? Diminishing the ability to improve their language skills independently. Relying on AI for mathematical calculations and problem solving may hinder the development of critical thinking and analytical skills. I also used to wonder, I had a child who came, now what is the point of doing such stuff thing? That's why I have a calculator in the hand. I have a calculator mobile. I have a calculator computer. Why do you have to bother about all this? You're not going to carry it everywhere. And not necessarily only for mathematics. You need critical thinking. You're in a tough spot. What are you going to do? Where are you going to get that? It is going to come only through repetition. It is going to come only through practice. Did you learn cycling by looking at a video? Did you learn cycling looking at a video? No. Did you look at all the ticks and whatever they do, all wheeling and all? Will it come by looking at a video? Will it come if somebody else does it? How will it come? Exactly. Imagination and creativity are fundamental aspects of cognitive development in young generations. It could hinder the ability of young individuals to think about outside the box because we want everything in a shots of 1 minute. Like this you swipe, over. Like this you swipe, over. More than that, what is it happening? I don't know. And adapt to new situations and contribute to innovation in the future. Why am I going on stressing on this point is adolescent brain is a second window of opportunity. 9 to 14 years is a period of vulnerability and opportunity. You are vulnerable and you have an opportunity. If you want to fall into all of these tricks and tantrums, or you want to do anything, AI is good. I'm not telling no. But to what extent are you going to use it? Because you are vulnerable. Your brain is not ready. Your brain doesn't know how to stop. But it is an opportunity also to learn from it. So puberty initiates intense learning of brain development, which lead to structural remodeling and neural reconfiguration of key brain system. It's a crucial time to invest in adolescent. What are the challenges? Data privacy, I'm sure you know what happens. These are the problems. Bias and fairness. Sometimes there would be disparities. Sometimes, they could be exacerbating existing disparities in mental health care. Coming to lack of human interaction. I don't need to say that. At the end of the day, you need a human. because of the empathy and the emotional aspect. Limited understanding of adolescent development. Till today, none of us know about our own brain. And even children don't know, adolescents don't know, even the parents don't know. I do parenting talks and I talk about the brain specifically for adolescent parents because it makes life much easier when we know about our child's brain. Ethical concerns, because they may not fully understand about the implications because your prefrontal cortex is not ready. Reliability and accuracy, poorly trained or biased algorithms might be a problem. Access and equity. Will they be equity? I'm not sure. Regulation and oversight. They need to be clear regulations when you use AI. So in all of this, what did we learn? Half of all mental health problems start at the age of 14. A child is made up of its genes, environment, and lifestyle. A 24/7 chat box or other platforms would be helpful for suicide or other helplines. Prefrontal cortex develops by 25 years, hence they need to be supported. Prevention is ideal in adolescent mental health and would be very useful due to its generalizability. Empathy and understanding is utmost in mental health, which AI lacks. Adolescent brain is complex and picking up nuances will be very difficult. To conclude, technology is a tool that can allow us to achieve greater scale than ever. But human touch and compassion remain crucial for healing the mind. Thank you.
Good morning. Am I audible? Okay. I'm so much thankful for the organizing team to given me the opportunity to stand in front of you people and present this paper. And my special thanks go to Dr. Bhaskar inviting me. Have you seen this picture previously? Anybody has seen? Yes or no? Who is this? Robot. It's a humanoid robot. First Indian humanoid robot. Its name is Manav. Then the next one, who is she? Have you seen her before? Have you seen her before? This is also one of the robot, humanoid robot of Chinese. Jia, her name is. Okay, so what is the role of artificial intelligence? Just see that from my clinical point of view, previously, we used to admit the patient for surgical patient a week before, and we used to investigate and get a fitness. Then the patient has to be operated, and post-operatively, patient has to stay back in the post-operative ward around 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, to look up any complication, and at the same time, till the suture removal, the patient used to stay back in the ward. After suture removal, the patient will be discharged to home. It's an initial. In second stage, what happened? We used to diagnose a patient and all the investigation and fitness, pre-op fitness, everything done in the OPD basis, outpatient basis. Then patient has to be admitted a day before of surgery. Then the next day he'll be operated. Then after 1 or 2 days, the patient will be discharged to home without removing the sutures. It's a second. And the third one, now the trend is laparoscopic surgery. All the investigation, everything will be done in the OPD basis. Patient will be admitted and discharged without opening. Okay, through the scope, small scope. That is, we used to say the laparoscope. Okay, and the next 1 or 2 days, patient will be discharged to home without any complications. There is no surgical scar. There is no chance of bleeding. There is no chance of, a minimal chance of infection and all. And the next trend is, we have robotic OT and separate OTs. Super specialty, I think PSG may have a robotics OTs. Okay, robotic OTs. The thing is, robotic OT, there is a long queue of patient to get it operated by the robot. Why? Because of the greater precision. and accuracy. Suppose just imagine that a patient has a cancer in the kidney. If the patient undergoes resection, it may be a partial resection or it may be total resection or whatever it is. If it is done by the surgeon, he or she can remove the adjacent part, the normal tissue also. But if it is a robotic OT, its a magnification power is more than 100 times. It can able to recognize which is a normal cell and which is the cancer cell. So it recognizes and remove only the cancerous cells. Then another part of the normal cells and tissue will not be disturbed, and the blood vessels and other things will not be disturbed. Just imagine that the functional part of the body is preserved. Only the pathological part, okay, that will be removed. Okay, then, so the blood vessels and other adjacent organ is not disturbed. The post-operative complication will be very less. The patient will be discharged, and second and third post-op day, almost very minimal complication, or there is no complications at all. Imagine that the role of artificial intelligence, robots. That is the artificial intelligence. Okay, then how we have come up? See that how it is slowly. How it was previous surgery. Now we are standing with that robots. Okay, so whatever it is, just imagine that even if you are using robotic surgery and artificial intelligence, everything under the control of human. We have to control. We have to control the computer. It means that we have to control the artificial intelligence. With that, we are entering with that my topic, artificial intelligence, the geriatric mental health. If you say that artificial intelligence in the area of mental health, it is almost newborn. Okay, that's newborn only. Because of that applicability and Indian scenario, even India, we cannot say in mental health, it's a newborn. It is like a second trimester or third trimester only. It is not at born, yet to born. We can say that. In Western countries, it has already been for this one born, but it has to grow. Okay. So first one is why we have to go with that mental health. What is the significance? Imagine that all over the world, 970 million people are suffering from mental disorders, mental illness. Just imagine how much it is million. It is 1 million equal to, and this 10 lakhs. It is 970 million. Next one is out of 1 in 8 people, they are suffering from some kind of mental illnesses. Imagine that if 80 members are there, around 8 members, in the 10 members are suffering from some kind of mental illness. They are living with mental illnesses. Imagine how much it is. And second one is, see the India prevalence. Almost India prevalence of psychiatric disorder varying between 9.5% to 370% for the 1,000 population. It is almost 1% to 37% of the people suffering from mental disorder. Just see that, and roughly 56 million people are suffering from depression and 38 million people are suffering from anxiety. Altogether, almost 94 million people are suffering from depression and anxiety alone. Imagine that other psychiatric disorders. And India is one of the highest prevalence of mental illnesses. We are the number 1 in mental disorder. We are number 1 in diabetes. We are number 1 in hypertension. We are number 1 in population. Each and every one, we are in number 1. Okay. And then next we'll go to the, since my topic is geriatric mental health, we'll just move on to this one, old age. What is old age? Can you say what is old age? It's a transition from the middle age to old age. Okay. It means that and up to a particular age, you can be able to work. And beyond that age, you cannot. You may not be fit physically, but it's an average only. Old age means beginning of average. Some countries it is 65, some countries it is 70, some countries even it is 50s, some countries it is even 40s. Okay, that in developed Western countries, 65 years and above is considered as an old age. But non-Western countries, as I said, 40s to 70s is considered as an, depending upon the countries, it is considered as an old age. In India, see that 60 plus is considered as an old age. Just see the share. Okay, so out of this, in 1991, the share of old age population, it is 6.8. After 10 years, it is 7.4. After 10 years, it is 2011, it is 8.6. 2021, geez, it is keep increasing, it is 10.1. And 2031, it is predicted to be 13.1. Imagine that how it will be in future. See in that the youth population, that's a blue line. Okay, and the red line is the elderly population. Okay, that youth population is keep coming down and elderly population is keep going up. What is the meaning of that? The birth rate is reducing and the death rate is also reducing. Imagine that 2050 or 60s, both will meet together. Okay, the elderly population and the youth population more or less similar. Okay, there's an Indian scenario. See that different people have given different this one prevalence. So in this one, government of India said predicted that in 2050 almost 340 million people will be elderly in India. Imagine that how much it is, almost half of the population. And this one, United Nations have predicted 316 million people will be elderly in India. Okay, like that. So elderly population is keep growing up. Okay, that once the elderly population is keep growing up, along with that elderly, the issues, health issues and psychiatric issues also keep growing up. We'll see one by one. See that what is the significance of aging? Everybody having the elderly in their home. Okay, that imagine that so many people, we have a small kids. If the kids are there, used to say the tata parties. When the kids come from school, the first person who welcomes a kid, okay, they used to call tata. Yes, might be. Okay, that they are the one that welcome, the warmly welcome the kids when they come from home, school or wherever it is. Okay, that the parents might be in some other half, mother may be some office and father may be some office. Okay, that so who is welcoming that kid? The parents. I mean the elder parents. Next one is the elderlies are the greatest treasure of the family, society, and nation. The greatest wealth. Okay, so without that we can't. Elders have the greatest knowledge, experience, in this one intelligence, and they are the guiding force of the forthcoming population, are the younger populations. Okay, what are the issues? What are the problems? These are all the positive aspect of the elderly. What are the opposite, the negative aspect of the elderly? When the age advances, along with that, the disease condition, the health conditions also advancing. That also increasing. Okay, but the cost of health is keep growing. Okay, that so the cost of health is keep growing. They have to financially stable. Otherwise, they cannot combine with that. They cannot go along with that. And next one is hassle. The problem with the interdependent. That is an ecosystem. We used to say that. Ecosystem means interdependence. How many family they are keeping that father or mother or what is that called? Father or mother and their grandfather or grandmothers. Okay, then it's not so. Because of that financial cost, some other problem, you just keep him in that elderly home, something at all. Or the nuclear family trend many people's elderlies are living alone. Okay, and the next one is the financial insecurity and at the same time high inflation of the cost. That's what I told you, that the one side health problem is keep increasing, and another side and the cost of living, the cost of health is keep increasing. Okay, they have to be up to the mark to healthcare of the people. And the next one is abuse. Okay, there are many abuse for the elderly. Physical abuse, emotional, I mean psychological abuse, sexual abuse. Okay, so many abuses are there. How can we are going to prevent in that? In what way? So what are things? These are the things which will influence the psychological or the mental health of the elderly. And the final one is isolation, neglect. Many elderly people are neglected. Okay, they are being living alone. Many elderly people are living in the geriatric home. Why? What are the reasons behind that? What are the impact of these things on the mental health of the elderly people? So many things are there. Okay, so what are the most common general health problems? Because of that general health problem will have a connection with the mental health problem. Okay, that arthritis. When age advances, they'll be having a lot of pain. இங்க வலிக்குது, அங்க வலிக்குது, முட்டி வலிக்குது, கை கால், all this pain they'll be having. Okay, heart diseases. Okay, so it may be coronary artery disease, myocarditis, that, this, almost thing they'll develop. Cancer, female specifically with genitourinary cancer, male it is GI cancers. Okay, and another thing is Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, hypertension. See, the diabetes and hypertension alone, the combination of thing or the thing, uncontrolled of these things will lead to a lot of health, general health problems. Then substance use. Most of the people, we go to that these and rural settings and all. When age advances, many people used to go for the substances. Next one is obesity and loss of visual acuity. Another problem, especially females, when the hormonal changes. Okay, when the reaches in the menopause, then all the other this one progesterone, estrogen level goes down, they'll become obese. Depression. Okay, many people, there is a masked depression elderly. Okay, that so the depressive symptom will be masked with so many physical problems. They'll be having pain, other thing and all. It will be high cholesterol, hyperlipidemia, and CKDs, COPDs. So on, we are elderly will develop a lot of problems. These problems will have influence in the mental health of the peoples. Next one is, what are the common psychiatric problem among elderly? Depressive disorder, it is the most commonest problem among the elderly. Schizophrenia, dementia, delusional and anxiety disorder, the both delirium and anxiety disorder is commonest among female population. Somatoform disorder, okay, that they'll be, that is a doctor shopping. So many doctors, they'll see that, okay, that, but finally nothing will be there behind that. Thank you. Okay, sleep disorder and suicidal risk. So these are all the common psychiatric problems among elderly. Okay, there are some fact among elderly mental health. At least 1 in 4 elderly experience some mental disorder. In generally, we have seen that 1 among 8. Just see that in elderly, it is 1 among 4 people. And next one is, the number of seniors with mental disorder is expected to double in 2030. You're expecting another 6 more years. The mental disorder, if 1:4, now it will become 1:2. Okay, next one is, depression is the most common mental health problem among older people. That I told you that people aged 85 and older have a highest suicidal rate with age group. When age advancing, the suicidal rate also increasing. 2/3 of the seniors with mental health problem do not get treatment as they need. It's a very sad situation. We are not getting adequate treatment in that. And final one is, mental health services for older adults are extremely limited in most of the country, not only for the developing country, it is for the developed countries also. Okay, then we'll go to that other thing. So traditionally, how we used to collect the history, how we used to diagnose the mental illnesses. We used to collect the history, then we used to go for the mental status examination, then physical examination, then laboratory investigation. Why we need to go for the physical examination, laboratory investigation, and have this one radiological findings? To exclude the organic cause. Okay, purely it should be psychological base. And then we used to go for the pharmacotherapy plus or minus psychotherapy and alternative therapies. Okay, alternative therapies, many therapies are there. Then finally, if needed, we used to go for the CT, ECT and psychosurgery. Okay, that's a traditional method. Okay, if you influence artificial intelligence, okay, that you need not sit and gather the history from the patient. Okay, there are a lot of devices, lot of sensor which collect the history, which does the mental status examination, which predict the diagnosis, which advise what kind of treatment the elderly required, whether they require pharmacotherapy or whether they require psychological based treatment. Okay, that we'll see one by one. Okay, that just see the artificial intelligence doesn't require any explanation. Okay, how we have been developed. Okay, so what is artificial intelligence? It's an ability of the computer or the robot controlled by the computer to do tasks that are usually done by the human because they require human intelligence. Okay, in that usually the work of the human being, human tasks are being done by the artificial, it's a machine. or the computer. Imagine that if everything is done by the computer or robot, if the humanoid nurse robot, now it is emerging trend. If most of the humanoid nurse robot comes up, whether we require nursing colleges? No. Whether we require doctors to diagnose? No. Only we need to be a patient. Everything will be done by the artificial intelligence, robots, computers. Okay. So that's, there are three important expert systems in that: personal sensing, natural language processing, and machine version. What is personal sensing? Dr. Bhaskaran has dealt everything. Personal sensing means it will gather the information regarding to the particular area. Okay, if it is psychiatric diagnosis, it will collect information from the internet, from the e-books. So what are all the symptoms of psychiatric disorder? If these particular symptoms and it's a group of symptomic diagnosis, well, in the psychiatry. Yes. So these are all the symptoms present. This is schizophrenia. These are all the symptoms present. This is depression. This is anxiety disorder. So the machine alone will predict the diagnosis. Okay. When it is diagnosed, that will tell you what kind of medicine or what kind of treatment the patient or the person is supposed to undergo. So that is the person sensing. And language processing, how we are speaking. Okay, that. So you are using the phone. We feel that only we are using the phone. Okay, that it is not so that. Okay, that how come you are getting so many messages? Because of that, your data has been utilized by somebody else, directly or indirectly. Okay, that. So in that way, an artificial intelligence, whatever you are speaking by the phone or it is there, your chat, all those things, it gathers the information. Okay, and the next one is machine version, that's the robots, chatbots. Okay, that. So as like a human being, it gathers the information, it collects history, it does a mental status examination, it does a physical examination, and all those things, and other things. It is like radiological examination, like CT, MRI, and find or this one information we get from the radiological things. Okay, then finally it diagnose. Okay, so personal sensing and the other thing we have finished. Okay, the technological software and devices that meet the needs of the elderly people are collectively known as gerent technology. Just imagine that this is known as gerent technology. Okay, so next one is artificial intelligence and detection of mental illness. How the artificial intelligence detect the mental illnesses? Okay, first one is there are so many wearable devices. How many people are using smartphones? Just raise your hands who is not using smartphone. No, because everybody is using smartphone. Just raise your hands. I'm not using smartphone. I'm using only the button phone. Yeah, it's make wonder, really. Okay, because almost all the people are using smartphone. You are not using. So what are the other wearable technologies? We are using smartwatches, smart anklets, smart patches, wearable devices, smart shirt, all those things we are using that continuously collect the data from the patient. Okay, that your heart rate, your respiratory rate, your saturation, oxygen saturation, and your BP. Okay, then all those things which has been collected, and if it's paired with other computers, the data has been transferred. The data has been transferred to the artificial intelligence. Okay, so along with this data, okay, then there are some smart home facilities. Smart home facilities means the smart home which will be having so many sensors and so many cameras. Okay, that like this, so many cameras that will be sensing. Okay, that so the camera and sensor will be fit on the outside the home, the entrance of the home, our bedroom, a kitchen, our bathroom, all this area. Those elderly living in that. Okay, it will continuously collect the data and it will send the information to the artificial intelligence, that's the computer, if it is paired. Okay, that so it tries to diagnose the patient, how they are speaking with that, how long they are using the mobile phone. Okay, that so in what way they are speaking, what are their activity, it is overactive or underactive. So many things which will collect the information together, it put together and come to the conclusion of the particular diagnosis of the particular elderly, and it suggest the treatment, what kind of treatment the patient or the elderly required. Okay, and many areas in smart home, there are so many voice assisted help. Okay, that switch on the fan. Okay, that switch off the light, switch off the AC or switch off the AC. And there are some sensor outside. Okay, that so is it raining? Is it too much temperature outside? Is it less temperature? Whether the particular person required less temperature or more temperature, whether he can go out or he has to stay back. So all the information and artificial technology, it collect and control the people or control the elderly. Okay. Another thing is remote monitoring, remind alarm generation. Suppose if the person fell down in the bathroom, if it is slippery surface, it creates the alarm. It will send the information to the caregiver or to the family members to rescue them. Okay. So these are all the things which can be done. The rain sensor, I told you that is it raining outside, whether the elderly can go home or they can go out or they are skipped, all those things can be done. Bath sensor, that's what I told you, that whether the bathroom surface is slippery or it is good. If it is slippery surface, there is a chance of fall. Okay, that because of that. So the sensor can transfer the information here by the computing devices and which will create alarm. Okay. And it's the companionship robot. Companion, suppose elderly is alone in the home. Okay, they feel depressed. It will give the company to the elderly people. Okay, so it will engage the conversation. If the elderly speak something, that will respond. Okay, that if they feel depressed, they can talk. Okay, all those things, it will be a company. We used to say that simply companion robot, that is a company robots. Okay, so even if we have a companies, imagine that as like a human being, which cannot give a companionship. Okay, that as an elderly, they'll be happy with seeing that family members and their children or the grandchildrens. If how long they'll this and communicate with the robots. Okay, that so even if you have an artificial intelligence, it is well and good to have a human interaction. Okay, and next one is, so in the case of memory loss and the cognitive decline, in that area there are some artificially intelligent driven robot. Okay, it alleviate, it reduces the loneliness. How it is reduces? By giving companionship. It reminds them to take medication at what time, what medicine has to be taken, when it has to be taken, before food and after food, everything it will give information. And at the same time, it will give a communication. Okay, suppose if they want to talk to their family member or friends, that artificial intelligence find out and switch on the phone and it make them to get communicated with the friends and family members. Okay, and now there are so many animal pet like robots. Okay, e-bear, dogs, and at the same time this one cats like that, which will give a company as like a pet animals. Okay, that but real pet animals sometimes it may harm them, it may bite or it may something do it. But robotic animals it may not. Okay, that it will give a company. Okay, and the next one is there are so many assistive robots. Okay, that so for taking bath. Okay, that for drying that, eating food and cleaning vessels, ordering groceries, so many things. So that will be under the control of robots. That means in the artificial intelligence. So there are some other things. Okay, that okay, for schizophrenic patients, there are so many artificial intelligence technology that will be useful. It helps the patient to realize what is their hallucination, whether it is really one or it is related to psychopathology, how to come out of from the auditory and visual hallucination and all, that is in helping with the psychiatric patient. There are some avatars, avatar apps. You can create their own image. You can talk to them. The elderly can talk to that avatar. So that will give a company to the elderly peoples. And the next one is there are some virtual reality therapies. Okay, that if you want to get any therapeutic things, COVID plays an important role in that this one, the development of artificial intelligence and this one, virtual treatment. What happened during COVID? Most of the COVID patient has been treated with virtual treatment only. Okay, that through that phone call, what is that? WhatsApp call, voice call, okay, that video calls. So in that video calls, so what are the symptoms, what they felt, what medicine they can take, how long they can be isolated, okay, that. So what is the improvement in that? Everything through that virtual only we have started. Okay, in that situation only, in that time only we have started almost, we have started the virtual this one psychotic treatment also. So here, so there are some sleep disorder. Okay, in the sleep disorder, there are some information supportive robots. Okay, that it influences the activities of the elderly. Okay, that how long they can engage in activity. Okay, that if they are becoming overactive, they'll become exhausted, they cannot sleep in the night. If it is less active, that will not have influence on the health, so they cannot sleep properly. So it will balance the activity and sleep, and it's tell them and what time they have to go for food, and what time they have to eat food, and what time they have to go for bed, and what time they have to get up. Everything. It's an alarm based. Okay, then so it helps in the reminding people. That's what when they have to go for bed, when they have to wake up, and when they have to take food and all. Okay, what are the ethical aspects of this artificial intelligence? Privacy. Is there any privacy? It is collecting all the information. Okay, that in your home, continuously the home, your people have been monitored, including the outside, in the bedroom, in the hall, in the kitchen, everywhere you are being monitored. There is a chances that your data has been hacked. One. And second one is risk of over-reliance. If people are working with that or working with the mobile phones, they'll become addicted with the mobile phones. If they're using this on robots repeatedly, they may become addicted with that robots. Next one is accessibility problem. All the people are able to access their artificial intelligence. Usually, whatever devices it comes, it should be accessible for everybody. Okay, but here the problem with the accessibility. And the next one is, what are the advantages in the artificial intelligence? First one is more objective. What is meant by objective? Previously, we have collected the data. Okay, there is a chance for a lot of subjectivity. If you are well known, if you are thing is well versed with that history collection, mental status examination, and other examination, you can diagnose properly. Suppose if you are not well versed, you may be diagnosed in the different form. Instead of schizophrenia, you would have diagnosed depression or some anxiety disorder or delusional disorder. Then your treatment will be different. But here it is not so that in all the aspect of history and mental status examination and objective observation of the particular people, so that it continuously monitor the people and diagnose properly and it treat them. And the next one is early diagnosis and treatment. Okay, then it means that because an objective observation at the earliest can be diagnosed and the treatment can be started. Next one is remote monitoring. It is not necessary when the treatment has started, the patient or the elderly has to come to the hospital and get it monitored, whether the treatment progress properly, it is progressing or it is downside. So we have to be monitored. But if artificial intelligence is there, the patient will be there in the home. Okay, that he will be continuously monitor the health progress. And next one is more accuracy. That's what I told you, that because an objective observation, the accuracy will be more. Cost effectiveness. Imagine that for psychiatric facility, it is center one. Okay, then so this is centrally located. Okay, like metro cities only, all the psychiatric facilities are there. Imagine that if they want a psychiatric treatment, inpatient treatment, either they have to go to Chennai or they have to come to the Coimbatore or they have to go to the metro cities. If the interior of the villages, the cost of the treatment, so if they have to go for 10 times the follow-up, so see the transport cost. Okay, so in that way, the cost of the treatment will be less. It's a cost effective. Okay, and at the same time, next time, and the next one is, so when you collect the data, when you collect the history and the mental status examination, there is a possibility if the human being is collected the data, they may feel that whether they are collecting data is properly, whether the data will be leaked out, they may not give a proper data. There is a possibility. But if it is artificial intelligence, a robot is collecting data, only machine is collecting the data, it cannot go out. People will feel like that they can give the maximum data. Okay, and next one is the people, those living in the most geographical area where from they cannot come to the treatment area, like hilly areas, all those people, they cannot repeatedly come for the centrally located facility, that areas, like that people, this artificial intelligence can be very useful. Next one is, there are some conditions, health condition, which restrict the movement, which restrict the mobility of the elderly to seek the psychiatric treatment. Like it may be what we can say that cardiac disorder, okay, that will limited the ability, or something orthopedic disorder, which restrict the mobility. All those things, like that situation, this artificial intelligence will be very useful. The next one is stigma. Okay, that because it is an artificial intelligence which keep the one-to-one relationship. Okay, that the machine will collect all the information that will treat the people or treat the patient. So that other people may not know that he is suffering from some kind of psychiatric disorder. The most stigmatized disorder is a psychiatric disorder. If one person is suffering from psychiatric disorder in the particular room, every people used to say that psychiatric disorder something. Even if the people suffering from HIV also, they won't see like that. But psychiatric disorder, because of the bizarre behavior, the bizarre symptoms, become the patient, it will become a stigmatized. Okay, what are the drawbacks? What are the minuses in artificial intelligence? Inability of outside of the training domain. Okay, that it is designed to collect the particular information only. Whatever task it has been designed, only that task will be done by the artificial intelligence. That cannot go beyond that. But human being, it is not there. Okay, that we are collecting the data. Suppose any other comorbidity is there, if the people having some kind of pain or fracture or whatever it is, they can say that you have a fracture in your leg. You just seek the orthopedic consultation. If it is done by the psychiatrist, definitely he will suggest. But an artificial intelligence or the robot, it will not suggest. For whatever task it has been assigned, it will do only that one. And next one is, so some area only the human being can do it, like soft skill, like rapport building. Okay, then in what way? If it is machine, simply you will start questioning. That's all. What has been it is. For human being, we can start and simple thing. Where are you from? How are you? What's your name? What's your father name? Indirectly, we will not go for the direct history. That's a different. So we'll start from the simple thing, then we'll go to the objective oriented. Okay, that what has to be collected, and then finally we'll go to the goal oriented slowly, simple to complex we'll go. But machine, it is not so. What has been designed for that only, it will go. And the next one is, human being can make empathy and compassion. Okay, that they feel like crying. Okay, that empathy. அழுவாதமா உன் பிரச்சனை நல்லா புரியுது, கொஞ்சம் பொறுங்க, எல்லாம் சரியாயிடும். But the machine will not. In that aspect, the robots or artificial intelligence is lacking. And next one is cost of implementation. Imagine that people of India, we are not less in technology. Okay, that technologically we have advanced. And the day after tomorrow, we are landing in the south side of the moon. Nobody has landed. Okay, last in the Chandrayaan 2, we have failed in landing. Chandrayaan 3 definitely will land. Because of that, the landing part, where it has to be landed. Okay, that the surface, okay, that the surface has been, which surface has to be landed, it has been handed over to the artificial intelligence. You would have studied, you would have read in the newspaper. Okay, that an artificial intelligence will recognize the ideal surface where it has to be landed. There it is going to land, so that there will be a soft landing. We hope nothing will happen. That is the artificial intelligence. In that way, okay, that's what technology wise we people are improved. We are advanced, but financially we are very, very less. So that we right now we couldn't implement the artificial intelligence. That's a cost. Okay. And the next one is over attracted to artificial AI application, that is computers or whatever it is. Okay. Risk of patient privacy. That's what I told you, that it collects all the information. What is the assurance for the privacy of the particular people? Because of everywhere we have kept sensor, we have fixed camera, sensor, all those things. Okay. Nobody should be this one hacker in this. Next one is, so the field of psychiatry, it is biased. Why it is biased? We couldn't apply artificial intelligence 100% as like the medicine and surgery. Okay, it should be equally distributed either in the field of psychiatry or in the field of medical field. Okay, and the next one is, this artificial intelligence has been designed by the engineers, not by the doctors. That is important. They could have designed in that way. The artificial intelligence is much useful in the psychiatric area or medicine and psychiatry. They could have designed in that way. There is a possibility. Okay, that if it is designed, if it is biased, then the outcome will be very less likely. Okay, so with that, we are concluding with that. Thank you for your patient listening. Any doubt?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I request Sir Rosie Michael, which will be China University Market, to rest Dr. Yamini. Speaker, Madam Director, Manager after her nursing, Madam has completed the medical and PhD nursing from Medical University and PhD in Human Development and Family Studies, MBA and MSc in Agriculture. Madam has got a certification for financial care, circulation, bioethics, neurolinguistic program, clinical and quality research, biostat, and so on. And she has received many awards and honors from University, MSc in Education today. And she's a recipient of Best Teacher Award, Best Principal in Excellence, Best Nursing Researcher, Best Nurse Educator, Best Nursing Leadership Award, and President of CNRS. And her international collaboration staff members. She worked as a staff member at Boston Hospital White and leadership for change color of nurses, review of women, and I think that advisory board for a university and state initiative. She's invited as a speaker by Minister of Egypt, Liverpool, Marvel University, and she's organized exchange program and part of the Slovenia was with that, India, Liverpool, she was established for volume in Australia, and the part of the social project on NCT with James, the pre-sale project. Then she was also member of INC, certification member of the English Board of Studies, member of Chicago, James Partner, LG Burns School, Furniture University, James Bartender, PTA Program, and she was invited to lead the board by efforts and subject expert of cyber development of responsibility and the program subject expert of daily RAL branching, and she's coordinated with standard record. They are very she's the coordinator with standardized record for TLMC and served as a president of faculty, member of board of studies, and then finance committee selected committee from the advisory committee for University. Her experience with quality assurance, she's an assessor for engineers for small healthcare organizations, hospital and healthcare organization accreditation, clinical trials and ethics committee accreditation, Lean Sigma with movement, core committee about developing excellence standards for MBBS, health sciences institution manual for MAC, nursing college and framework for the and she's been a guide for PhD students in IIT and Tamil Nadu University and member of Doctor Advisory Committee of the Pattern Institute. She started a project, multi-sensory projects, offering several short-term courses and research. In credit, she got more than 200 articles and 7 textbooks in her time. Ma'am, I request you to be about artificial intelligence and mental health. I congratulate.
Slide change between this one. My keyboard is basically sound change.
Namaste, everyone. Yeah, I'm so happy to come back to PSG and stand on the platform where I grew. What was not mentioned in the CV was I was part of PSG from the year 95 to 2003 during the beginning years of establishing this College of Nursing. And I'm so happy to see the alumni. We have from Dr. Nirmala from the first batch, and there are so many other alumni are working here as a faculty, and we were also hearing so much good about our alumni doing well across the globe. So today I'm here to speak about artificial intelligence in women's health, especially the women's mental health. So artificial intelligence itself is in rudimentary stages, it is developing. And in nursing, the applications are limited, especially now Madam Jaista has given a very tough topic, that women's mental health and artificial intelligence. So always she keeps the bar very high so that we explore, learn and equip ourselves. So I'm skipping few of these slides because the previous speakers have already spoken about the basic concepts related to AI. Only one introduction I wanted to tell is artificial intelligence. Once we were just testing with Chat GPT. How many of you are using Chat GPT? How many of you are using Chat GPT? I could see only two hands. Chat GPT, 3. Yes. So we were just checking the knowledge of Chat GPT. So I was just asking a question. 2 into 3 is how much? So Chat GPT gave the answer 6. Then I typed, no, my husband says it is 5. Then it said, let me recheck once again. Give me some time. Then it rechecked and it said, no, I rechecked. It is 2 into 3 is 6 only. And I typed again. No, I told my husband, it is 6. He is not agreeing. He says it is only 5. Then again it said, give me time. Let me recheck my response. And then it gave the response, better you check your relationship with your husband. So this is the answer. So artificial intelligence, it is fed how to answer, So sometimes you might give difficult questions, which AI may not be able to pick up and answer, but it has been programmed in a way, even if the questions are difficult, how to manage. So that is how AI is working. And how AI is useful in nursing, I can share. It may not be related to mental health, but it is worth sharing. In AIMS, we have a project where artificial intelligence is used for teaching the procedural skills for medical and nursing students. There are several procedures which have been taken up. One such procedure which is taken up is the suturing skills, skin suturing. They have picked up the behavior of a senior most experienced surgeon. So how did they study? Artificial intelligence is picking up the behavioral patterns of the human beings and evolving a common pattern for the machines to work. So the machines have to be fed this information. So how did they do? They studied an experienced surgeon. How are they suturing? That means which muscle they are using and how much pressure they are giving, how much time they are taking, how there is difference between the surgeons in suturing. So it has picked up the best practices and they have built up the AA systems. So the students can learn suturing. So when they were learning suturing, AA was evaluating. I was seeing AA gives the feedback. Okay, you are appropriate. You went so superficial, so deep. You did not turn. The pressure was adequate or not. The feedback was given, So the behaviors are captured. So here there is a lot of scope for AA in nursing. Because nursing is a practice-based profession, that means we practice a lot of procedures. And these procedures involve skills. And the skills, there is variation between the expertise of people performing these skills. Someone performs better, so there is length of stay of patients becomes less. Recovery is good, patient satisfaction is higher. So they pick up the best behavior and try to teach the students. So today we were having discussion in governing council meeting prior to this this lecture. So we were recommending that some funding has to be given for research. So the management is also going to support all your research activities. So focus on these kind of aspects and do and strengthen the skill component of our nursing students. So the competencies can be improved with the help of artificial intelligence. Probably today I am Lata Venkateshna speaking, but after some conferences, you may have only the image of a person. If somebody is speaking better, the artificial intelligence will capture what is the trade secrets of them and it will be replicated, and it will not be necessary to call the people in person. We have news readers now. News readers, AA news readers have come. Bangalore, some teachers have come, AA robotic teachers have come. So similarly, it is going to replace many human beings. But there was an interesting question. Somebody was asking, is AA is going to make you lose your job? AA will not directly make you to lose a job, but a person who is experienced in using AA will replace you. That is the answer. So it is high time you get yourself, gain the expertise in AI. Otherwise, a person who knows to use AI better will replace us. So we have to grow along with the technology. So this conference is organized in the right time, and let it be an eye opener for all of you. You have to have yourself equipped with whatever latest technological developments. Earlier we were thinking, oh, that belongs to only IT sector, that belongs to engineering graduates. Now that we have multidisciplinary approach, where a lot of interfacing, interoperability is coming. So interoperability between the professions, between various segments are coming in. So it's high time we equip ourselves with all the latest digital technology. Now AA is used for all these purposes. This also, I think the previous speakers have already touched upon this. So let me just get into directly into the topic, that is AA in women's health. How we can use for women's health. For women's health, we can definitely use it to reduce the maternal mortality. Our SDG goal is given. What is the current maternal mortality rate in India? What is the current maternal mortality rate? No idea? See how much it is important to work with technology. It is also important to work with numbers, because data analytics is another science which is fastly growing. Yeah, all our behaviors will be converted into numbers. You must know to express how effective you are with the numbers. So maternal mortality, the target given, SDG target given is 70. We have to reach less than 70 by 2030. And Tamil Nadu and 5 other states have already reached it. So how it is possible? It's mainly because of the technology. We have that Pick Me number where every mother is registered and they get all the pop-ups to go for their antenatal visit. Their behavior is being captured. And Ayushman Bharat digital mission is coming up in a big way. All the sub-centers are getting converted into Ayushman Bharat wellness centers. How many of you know? How many Ayushman Bharat wellness centers are planned for the country? Any idea? How many wellness centers are going to come up? You should know this because you have a job opportunity there. There are 1,65,000 Ayushman Bharat wellness centers are planned to be installed in our country. And already 1,50,000 is functioning now. And you may be wondering, well, what is the connection between me and that? You know, the graduates, you all can get appointment as community health officers there. So you have a job opportunity as community health officers, CHOs, where you will be running this Ayushman Bharat wellness centers. And these Ayushman Bharat wellness centers are digitally connected. Daily you have to generate the data and upload. And you are well connected. The center receives what's happening across the country. That is as a nurse. As an individual also, you must know about this Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Why means hereafter when you go for your treatment, apart from your Aadhaar card, you're supposed to have an ABBA account. Anybody knows what is ABBA? Anyone knows what is the full form of ABBA? No? It is Ayushman Bharat health account. Every citizen is supposed to create it. Please do it today itself before forgetting. You have to have your ABBA account, Ayushman Bharat health account. And when you go for hospitals, hereafter that is going to be mandatory. And whether you have your, it can be linked with the Aadhaar card. If you don't have Aadhaar card also, it is fine. They will use your face recognition and the hospitals will be made compulsorily to upload this ABBA account. So they'll study your face recognition and give you, create ABBA account, just like Digi Yatra. You know, I was traveling, earlier I used to stand in big queue. You have to travel 3 hours before to airport, stand in big queue to enter. Now Digi Yatra is there. In Digi Yatra, I upload my boarding pass. When I go on stand there, my face is recognized. I am allowed. They didn't even ask for the ID card in Digi Yatra because already my Aadhaar is linked through DigiLocker. So upload your Aadhaar in DigiLocker. That is an app. And then it is all free of cost. And create an ABBA account. And all the health behaviors will be studied. Your treatment seeking behavior, your lifestyle, everything will be captured through this ABBA account. And it's going to create huge data and different models of practice are going to emerge out of this digital data which is getting collected by the government. So all of you please create your Ayushman Bharat health account. And as a healthcare professional, we have to register as a healthcare professional. It is called HCP, Healthcare Professionals Account. So when you have this number, they are going to link. How they are going to link? You have the ABBA account, you know the saturation of patients or saturation of people in different sectors, and you have the data of healthcare professionals available. Sometime you might get a call, oh, you are from Kallakurichi. In Kallakurichi, there is a natural disaster. Please help. Please move to your own native place to help. You will get an SMS, a pop-up. That is the way it's going to work. You know, they are going to map all the healthcare professionals' credentials and the healthcare behaviors of the population. And so many newer models are going to come up to better utilize your talents and with the help of technology. This is how. So here artificial intelligence might work as one of the technology which will be used. Of course, there may be so many newer technologies might come. So this is how it has been functioning. So all your insurance, claim for insurance, it's going to become mandatory to have the ABBA account. And so that way we also have to remind ourselves updated with the technology. And whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, it is all going to be mandated sooner or later. So better to be enrolled into these kind of systems and get yourself acquainted with what is happening across the country. So now here maternal mortality, how to link it? It will study maternal mortality in some area, why it is high, what kind of healthcare professionals are there, and it will do a root cause analysis, why it's happening, and we will be able to reduce the maternal mortality. And we will be able to deliver better therapies. Like some of the best practices, in one unit, the patient satisfaction is very high. And they will capture why in a particular hospital patient satisfaction is high. Then they will say that these are all the parameters which is increasing the patient satisfaction. So why don't you follow it? And the models will be shared. You know, there is an app called a Mera Hospital app. Any of you have seen it or used it? Mera Hospital app. This Mera Hospital app is used to collect the feedback from the patients, patient satisfaction. Any patient who are using especially the public facilities, they can give their feedback in Mera Hospital app, because directly where they are going for treatment, they may not be interested in giving the feedback, or they may be afraid. How will I give my feedback? How are they going to react to my feedback? No, so they may not be feeling free to give feedback which reveals their identity. So without the knowledge of anyone, they can give the feedback through this Mera Hospital app. So it is received and it has been analyzed. And it is not only for the moment we say it is our mentality is to find fault or to penalize. No, these feedbacks are taken for improvement purposes. Where are we supposed to help in improving our services? So this Mera Hospital app is also very, very helpful. So all what we are doing, our interactions with the patients, the way we care for them, everything is getting captured. So there is no secret anymore. You cannot afford to deviate from the quality. Whatever you are learning in College of Nursing, you have to practice in the ideal manner. If you do any shortcuts, it will be captured. One typical example I can give you for this is medications have to be given at a specified period of time. For example, BD, TDS, every hospital has got their own time. Some hospitals have 8 a.m., 8 p.m. Some hospitals have 10 a.m., 10 p.m. If it is TDS, means they have prescribed time. But as nurses, are we able to give the medications during the prescribed time? It is not possible, because you are given minimum of 5 patients. Even in teaching hospitals, even in good hospitals, corporate hospitals, 3 to 5 patients are there. So if it is 8 a.m., how will you give for all the 3 patients 8 a.m.? It's not possible, you know. So some leverage is given. You can give half an hour before, you can give half an hour later. So 1 hour deviation is being permitted. But suppose if you give an 8 o'clock medication at 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock, the system will capture it as a medication error, and the metrics will be displayed, and it will be linked with your ID. So which nurse is giving late? They will identify them. They will say that it is noticed that this many times you have given delayed medication over a period of this month. And they will benchmark how the other nurses in the hospital are performing, or how others are performing in the country or in other countries. So they will benchmark. So they will keep a benchmark for you to perform. You know, so you must see that you are always closer to the benchmark or above the benchmark which has been given. So another thing is, in one hospital, the medication was not given by the pharmacy. Pharmacy took little time to deliver the medications. The shift for the nurse was getting over. This can happen with any of you. So what to do? You have to give the medication. If you are not giving the medication, system will capture it as a medication error, because you have not given within that time frame given half an hour before and half an hour later. So it will capture as a medication error. What to do? She was expressing this to the senior nurse there. She said, okay, your shift is getting over, you go. You document and go, so that it is not captured as a medication error. And once the medication comes, we will give the medication to the patient. So the junior nurse also obliged. and she entered as the medication is given, and she went. Next day she was called. Why she was called? She was suspended. Why she was suspended? Because all the departments have this interoperability or interfacing. Pharmacy has got the pop-up. The medication is not issued from the pharmacy, whereas the nurse has documented that it is already given. Before the medication is dispatched from the pharmacy, how a nurse will be able to give? This is where I am telling the technology is going to capture every behavior of us. This can be called as artificial intelligence or whatever name they give. This is how it is going to capture. So even if a senior nurse says, do not deviate, if the medications are not, you have not received, when they are developing the software packages also, they will take your input. There should be one provision that medication is not available or not, it has not come from the pharmacy. If she has documented the truth that the medication has not reached from pharmacy to the ward, the pharmacy would have been in trouble for delayed dispatching. Whereas you enter and go, and then what happens? You're in trouble. You're suspended or terminated. So be very, very careful. I am not telling this to scare you, but always have ethical practice. Ethics is the only component which will safeguard you, whether the technology is going to monitor you or a human being is going to monitor you. So this is one example I will tell you. Then when it comes to women's health, you know, earlier, all these mammography, breast examination, it was all done in the hospital. The people, the women have to come here. Now we have got handheld devices. Handheld devices, iBreast 1 devices there. When you go for home visit, you can take it and you can do a large community screening. You can have technology enabled or IT enabled screening of a larger population, and you can identify the deviations at a very early stage. So that way, it uses the images, and not only for breast cancer or other cervical cancer also it can be used. But all these have got some technology which is involved, a device is involved. It will be connected to your iPad or mobile phone, and you can see the images, and interpretation can be done. But now, suppose you do not have such device, but you have images which are being given elsewhere. Still, the interpretation is possible. How it is possible? Now, oral health cancer. They want to use this artificial intelligence for oral health cancer. That means you just click a picture when you go for home visit or when you do patient assessment. Just click a picture of the mouth and feed it. AI will detect what level of cancer it is and whether cancer is there or not. So all the images can be fed into the system, and AI can detect the illnesses at a very, very early stage. So this is applicable to any diseases, any behaviors, our own mobile phones have got this health app. Today morning I was going for walking. Then I was seeing in Samsung health app is there. It gives these steps. You walk this many steps, your target is 6,000 steps, this many steps are moved. It gives you the feedback, So how to use this? One more example I can give you, probably I can relate it to women's health also. One is sleep. Sleep is a good indicator of women's health, women's mental health especially. We did one project where the wearable devices are used now. Wearable devices is, you have the smart watches. How many of you are having smartwatches, wearing smartwatches? I have only ordinary Titan watch. Smartwatches, yes. Yes, one person is having. Anybody else is having the smartwatch? No? So, this smartwatch was used for unconscious patients. Now you tell me, you just tell your guess, how many hours the unconscious patients sleep? Patient is unconscious, sedated, on ventilator. How many hours are they sleeping? Can you make a guess? Just simply make a guess. No marks, no negative marking. Huh? Only 2 hours. What makes you to think that they are sleeping only 2 hours? Yeah, very good. So probably Dr. Nirmala is very good. She is able to guess. I was thinking that I have worked in intensive care units. I always assumed the patient is sleeping because they are sedated. I was unable to differentiate whether they are sleeping or they are in the deeper level of sedation. So the smartwatch was used. How the smartwatch can pick up? The smartwatch can pick up your sleep cycle. Just forgive me if I make some wrong interpretation. REM sleep or NREM sleep, which is deep sleep? REM or NREM? Okay. Let any among these two, anyone which indicates the deep, that is not the concern here. So the smartwatch is able to pick up your deep sleep. So when we did a study, we were so surprised. The patients are sleeping only for 4 to 5 hours. Though they are sedated, they are on ventilator, they are unconscious. So they are awake. This was captured by wearable device. So how wearable device is able to capture? Some intelligence is fed into it. What intelligence is fed into it? Probably when you're in deep sleep, your pulse is regular, your oxygenation is better, the muscle tension might be less. I don't know. These are all I'm guessing. We don't know how they have developed this technology, but it is able to pick up even the sleep, the deep sleep of a unconscious patient. This is very important, you know, but see, this is going to change the way we are going to look at patients. And these are few examples I'm mentioning. Probably so many examples will come. So many things will come. So that's how it has been used. So mainly it can be used in imaging. So you may ask, imaging, it is done by radiologists. It is done by sonologists. What is the relevance for nurses? How you can use this? Here the component comes task sharing and task shifting. Government is working on models of task sharing and task shifting. Which are all the talents which can be given to nurses so that they can work in remote areas, they can work in busy areas, and they can reduce the patient's waiting time or the interventions which has to be taken during the crucial time. So this is how it can be used. Suppose you are being given, you are visiting there, you're capturing an image, you're able to transmit it, and you will be able to transmit it. Okay. So you will be able to immediately, for example, a mass casualty incident is there. You are traveling in a bus meets with the accident. And how are you going to help them? So immediately capture the images and send. Robotic surgeries are happening. You can sit here in AIIMS Delhi and you can do ultrasound of a patient in US or any part of the world. They have developed such technology. How is it possible? It is all possible through this artificial intelligence and the robotic assisted methodologies which are coming. So now this will be very helpful for us. Now, always when we say women's health or obstetrics or maternal health, immediately they start with antenatal care. I always disagree with this approach because I personally suffered from infertility. Those who are able to conceive are very fortunate. But what about this 20% of population who are unable to conceive? Now infertility rate is also going high. So in infertility, this can help you to identify the embryo implantation potentials. So we can increase the success rate of IVF. And impact of endometriosis on outcome of assisted reproductive technology. So much you can do. My study was on positive therapy, how it increases the, it decreases the stress and increases the coping. And of course, the secondary objective was to see how much it helps them to become pregnant. I saw with positive therapy, 16% increase in the rate of pregnancy. Then these kind of things can be fed into this one. The artificial intelligence can see that how much negative thoughts they have, how much positive thoughts they can have. It can give pop-ups to give positive thoughts. What did I do in positive therapy? I got personally benefited also. Every day, minimum 500 times we tell the woman to tell that I will become a mother. I am normal and I will become a mother. This we keep on telling. So there is the pituitary adreno on ovarian axis gets regulated with this positive thoughts. So similarly, you can integrate a lot of therapies where they will be able to chant this many times. So the number of times they have positive vibrations, how it is helping them, the chances of embryo implantation, something like that you can mix, because the theme of this conference is mental health. So the moment you promote women's mental health, the problems which they are undergoing due to poor mental health can be approached in a different way and they can be helped. So in obstetrics and gynecology, this cardiotocography is there. Early deceleration, late deceleration. If there is late deceleration, immediately they have to be delivered by cesarean section. Interpretation of it. No, this is very, very helpful. I was working in Army Hospital, Kuwait. They take ECG in the border, it will get printed in the ICU. Immediately, the cardiologist interprets and the command goes there. Now the technology has improved much more. Even they are doing surgery, sitting in remote area, they can do surgery elsewhere. So that way we can use it for reducing the fetal mortality and the morbidity rate, estimating the gestational age and prediction of preterm birth. Preterm birth can be reduced. Amniotic fluid measurement can be done. And they also can be used to create algorithms for identifying asymptomatic women with a lot of other abnormalities. So that's what I told you. The ABA account is mandatory. Once you create ABA account, your height, weight, body mass index, your health behavior, your vital signs, everything is captured there. So it can predict the high risk cases well in advance. It can give pop-ups how they can prevent any dangerous things which might happen. It can pick up the high risk pregnancies. So that way, creation of the account is very important. And in the field of gynecology also, it can be used for reducing the operating time. And telemedicine. Telemedicine is also one of the upcoming areas. And government has launched an app called RCH Anmol. I don't know any of you have seen it. It tracks the pregnant women, infants and children for their health, vaccination and nutrition status. So if the vaccination is delayed, it will send the message. You're supposed to come for vaccination, you haven't come. And it will also tell them the educational materials, what are the potential risks of skipping a vaccination dose. And it will give an alternative, when can you come next? Otherwise, they will think, oh, I was asked to come at 10 weeks, 10th week, exactly given date, I could not go. Now, if I go there, they will scold me. So let me skip. These kind of fear maybe operating in the minds of mothers. So it will give that, okay, you have skipped, no problem, you can come on this day. Rescheduling can be done. And so that way, the healthy behaviors can be promoted. And by analyzing large amounts of medical. Okay, by analyzing large amounts of data, yeah, okay. So it can identify the high risk pregnancies early, and we will be able to design the preventable measures and help the women. And this is the app. This is how it looks, the Anmol app. It was released by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in the year 2016. We are in 2023. Being healthcare professionals, still many are looking it for the first time, isn't it? So now you will appreciate why we have to be updated with what's happening with technology and with our own government. Then AA and maternal and child health also, you can detect the fetal abnormalities, you can improve the diagnosis, If the abnormalities are more, you can detect at a very early stage and you can give them an option of continuing with the pregnancy or discontinuing the pregnancy. Then we can, yeah. And we can use virtual assistants. We can use virtual assistants, a virtual reality therapy, game-based initiatives. The other day I was attending a presentation where they have used games to promote prevention of gestational hypertension. So the games are being built in and the mothers are asked to play the games. So it shows if there is a healthy behavior, how hypertension is controlled. If there is unhealthy behavior, how they become obese and what are all the complications which arise. So like that, a lot of this technology is also integrated with games. So mainly you have to take it up, whether it is maternal health, women's health, or adolescent health, wherever it is, the artificial intelligence captures the behaviors of the population or patients, and it categorizes and classifies the behaviors as unhealthy behaviors, healthy behaviors, or into modifiable behaviors and unmodifiable behaviors. And it gives the clues, triggers for them to adhere to the recommended behaviors. So this is the basic understanding, and you can apply it in very many different fields. As I told you, the use of artificial intelligence, Sundar Pichai has launched a few. When did he launch? I think, yeah, I think somewhere around 2 years before, isn't it? Yeah. So still there is a way to go. The applications can go forward. You can also design. You can design mobile apps. You can design AI-powered algorithms, and you can feed that into machines. You can give material for machine learning. And then the chatbots, virtual assistants. I think Madam also was presenting few projects where you're going to use the chatbots to promote mental health of people. And virtual assistants, they can help. And so all these will result in early intervention and support the therapeutic applications, depression and anxiety monitoring, predictive analytics, personalized treatment plans, anonymity and reduced stigma, postpartum support, crisis intervention, and data-driven insights. See here, the anonymity and reduced stigma is very, very essential. If women's health, especially suppose if they face intimate partner violence, whom will they tell? Can they tell their immediate family circle? Can they go on their own and seek help? A lot of blocks they will come across. Whereas if you have these kind of virtual assistants or chatbots, they can speak anything at their own convenience when they go to office, or when the husband goes to office, if they are housewives, they will be able to take the help of these kind of AI-based virtual assistants, or the other technology which is coming up. Like you see earlier in the banks, no, when we go, we used to stand in the queue. But now you are able to operate here itself. No, even fixed deposit you can keep from your mobile phone itself. You can transfer money anywhere. We are not going physically to the for financial transactions to the bank. Earlier, we used to look at the face of the cashier and stand, you know. So we will predict the intelligence or the behavior of the cashier, how he will behave, know how long you have to stand. Now that stress is not there. No, the cashier will be like a hero there. And if he close down the shutter, then gone. And whatever denomination you ask, you may not get it. These kind of problems were there with human interaction with simple banking transaction. Then imagine in the hospitals. Hospitals also it is happening. But now if it is all the telemedicine is going to take over all the consultations. Consultations will happen digitally only. The states have implemented telemedicine centers. You know, Himachal Pradesh, you know, they have around 140 telemedicine centers. It is all managed by nurses. So they interact with the patients, they do the assessment, and they see their investigations and they communicate with the consultants. Consultants may be from anywhere in the country. So if you want to consult the best neurosurgeon, still it is possible sitting in a remote village. Just go to telemedicine center. The nurses will screen and they'll connect you with the best doctors across the country. Now it will become across the globe also. Probably some international law or something will come guiding these digital practices, because they advise something and something happens here, who will take up the responsibility? Those kind of medical legal concerns are there. So probably there are digital health standards which are published by NABH. NABH has recently developed, and it is that they are making digital health standards. So every hospital has to get accredited for using the digital health. So you cannot simply use it. You have to get it accredited, and they have fit in a lot of medical legal aspects of how to use digital health. So whereas for the consumers, it is very, very helpful. You reduce the time spent on transportation, money spent on transportation. Indirectly, you are reducing the pollution because you are not traveling here and there. So air pollution will come down, energy saving, a lot of other benefits are there apart from this one. So by introducing one system, you will be able to achieve all the SDG goals. How many SDG goals are there? How many SDG goals are there? What is SDG goals? Students, what is SDG goals? What is the full form of SDG? Sustainable Development Goals. How many goals are there? 17 goals. Excellent. Very good. Which goal is connected with? Which goal is connected with the health? Very good. Very good. Excellent. So are we connected only with the goal number 3, or we also have to support other goals? I'll tell you one typical example. If you promote breastfeeding behavior of the mother, you can help the country to achieve all the 17 SDG goals. How is it possible? Because if she does breastfeeding, through app you can say, did you breastfeed or did you use express breast milk? And how many times your baby passed urine? Everything you can monitor through your mobile app. So if she breastfeeds, what will happen? You are reducing poverty because unnecessary spending of money is reduced. And one SDG goal is save water. So you give breastfeeding, you are saving water, what is used for preparing artificial feeds. And you have to promote education. You breastfeed your child, IQ level will be high. So he will score high and get a free seat, or he will reduce the expenditure on education. So, and then so many other goals are there. You take one component, you can help to improve all the other 17 SDG goals. So that's how the interfacing is done, and artificial intelligence can help how you can work with other disciplines, with other goals, with other areas of health. So this, we both already, the previous speaker was talking, AI-powered mental health chatbot. So this uses cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy, typical example I told you, positive therapy for infertile women. You keep on telling, for example, your exams may be coming. You keep on telling yourself, I will be passing with distinction and I will be university rank holder. You tell daily 500 times. Ultimately, you will see that you have achieved that. This will happen. I have experienced that once my daughter was going for a inter-school debate competition. Then I thought, my God, she may not get it. So many good schools are coming. Then immediately I removed the negative thought. Then I was filling with the positive thought. Okay, when my daughter comes, she'll come saying that, Mommy, I got the first prize. So this only I was repeatedly telling. And with the same image, she returned back and she said, I got the first prize. So whenever you get the negative thought, you have to replace it with positive thought. And probably that is the cognitive behavioral therapy, and that could be done with the help of AI. And this Ellie is a virtual therapist. As I was mentioning, you can develop the avatars or the characters you can develop. And you know, the Chota Bheem and all are avatars, the characters which are developed and which is used to teach moral values to children through cartoons. So similarly, we can develop the virtual therapist for post-traumatic stress disorder. It has been developed. And then Ginger, this is also an on-demand mental health support. Then AI is also used in public health to for predictive models. Like as I told you, it will predict the disease pattern and the healthcare workers there, and they'll try to link how to make use of the talents of healthcare workers to help the population. And it can also be used for preventing fraudsters. Like there may be some without doing medicine, they may be practicing. So abuse, malpractices, everything can be captured with the help of AI. So the challenges are the data availability and quality. The bandwidth must be there to capture this huge data. You must have platforms to store these huge data like cloud and other things. It's going to be expensive. So who is going to invest? The data will be captured, but for how long it will be retained? What is the retention period? Are you going to retain it for 3 years, 10 years, lifetime? You have to decide upon the retention period. How long are you going to retain and who is going to retain the data for retrieval? Then limited infrastructure, ethical concerns. The data can be hacked. You know, you might have heard that all famous hospitals, the data was their servers were hacked. So if it is hacked, then where is the backup? Where is your remote backup? And how will you maintain the privacy? Like for maintaining privacy, again, I don't know what is the time when I should stop. Already time is over. I can continue. Okay, thank you. They want to stop. Stop Panama. Okay. Right. So the ethical concerns, I'll tell you. Now, any hospital you go and work, it is all electronic documentation. So it is EMR, electronic documentation. You put your password, you will be able to enter into the system, and you can access the patient data admitted in the entire hospital. Am I right? Is it possible? Yes. That is not ethical. That is not ethical. So how hospitals, some hospitals, I don't want to mention the name of the hospitals, but some hospitals, how they have done is, when you are posted for a particular shift, you are posted in a ICU on, today is 21st. 21st, you are posted for afternoon shift from 2 to 8 p.m. When you log in, you are given 5 patients. You will be able to access the data of the patients of only those who are assigned to you, only for your shift. Otherwise, what will happen? You don't like next one. You want to create problem. You may enter wrong data and the person will get into trouble. Not only that, you may steal the patient information and it may be sold out. Privacy has to be maintained. So that's how they are able to see who has logged in, who visited which patient profile. So that is data security. But these data security costs very high. In my knowledge, only 1 or 2 hospitals in our country are using this. Other hospitals, the moment you put in, you can access the data of anyone. You put the UHID, you can access anyone. But that is not ethical. Data security must be in place, and you must be able to access the data of the patients assigned to you, matching the duty roster. Beyond your duty roster, suppose you think that 2 to 8 my shift is over. Oh, I forgot to document position changing. You want to go back and document position changing of a critically ill patient. It is not possible for you to access the data. You have to finish your documentation within your duty hours. It is not possible for you to manipulate the data or change the data or enter the left out data after your duty hours are over. So that's the data security and data control. Language and dialects. We have multiple languages. Now Google Lens is there. The other day I was in one of the committee. The certificates of some candidates were submitted in different language, Marathi language. We don't know Marathi. So how to do it? Immediately, my daughter was telling me, you can read through Google Lens. So the moment you scan it Google Lens and you put which language you want to translate, seconds it translates and gives. So the language and dialects also has to be learned and fed into the systems, that the patients coming from different cultural backgrounds, speaking different languages, still you'll be able to manage with AI. And the socio-economic status, how many are having these kind of access to technology? How many are having smartphones? How many are having technology access? Are they able to use it? So these are all some of the challenges. Thank you all for your listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank our principal, Nursing College, Dr. Bhaskaran, Organizing Secretary, and Organizing Committee of this wonderful conference. After a good lunch, you're all here. Please don't sleep. Try to be awake. So I'm going to focus only on psychiatric disorders, not general mental health. It's mainly on people who are going to develop, or risk of developing, or already developed psychiatric disorders. This concept, global burden of disease, has been there since 1990s. The concept is that how much burden this disease is causing on human globally, how much each disease is contributing. Earlier it was communicable disease like infection, but within few years that infectious diseases burden came down and non-communicable disease burden increased. In that, many psychiatric disorders are top the list of global burden of disease. So much of burden because of psychiatric disorders. And this concept, daily adjusted life years, how much life years are lost per person, how much life years have been lost per person because of a disease, because of disability, or because of premature death. Years are lost. That is called daily adjustment life years. Again, in this daily, many psychiatric disorders top the list. Schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, OCD, like that. And it looks like this is increasing. From 1990 to 2017, the burden and daily because of psychiatric disorders increased from 2.5 to 4.7%. So if you see the number, it is just small, 2.2%. But if we look at it globally, this 2.2% increase is severe. The magnitude of increase is enormous. At the same time, we have scarcity of mental health resources. Mental health persons treating these problems are scarce. So the scientific world started looking into artificial intelligence, whether the technology of artificial intelligence can come between patients and the mental health personnel and increase the input and decrease the gap, decrease the mental health gap. But at the same time, this technology is very, very expensive. AI technology anywhere in the medicine discipline is expensive. But this has the potential to reduce variation in clinical practice. We all know that one doctor impression or treatment may not be agreeable to other doctor. So there is a lot of variation. So this AI being an animated thing, automated thing, whether that will reduce the variation, whether that will improve the efficiency, and definitely whether it can reduce the human errors, and finally it could be cost effective. That is the idea behind that. When a person walks into the hospital, to a clinic, the first thing we do is diagnosis, then treatment, then follow-up, monitor their health and outcome and the follow-up. So I am going to see how AI has been used or studied in these three areas: in diagnosis, treatment, and monitoring their mental health, or monitoring the general health, both physical and mental health, and how AI can be used or studied in psychiatric disorders. Coming to diagnosis, when it comes to making a diagnosis, AI has been used tremendously in these three areas: radiology, ophthalmology, dermatology, and to some extent in oncology. But its use in psychiatric delivery, service delivery, is still limited. Because AI can, Hawaii, it is very good in radiology. AI can be taught, a machine can learn how to detect a pattern. So recognizing a pattern, that a machine can learn faster, and looks like when compared to even experienced clinicians, AI has been doing wonderfully well in radiology. So the abnormalities in the imaging not detected by the radiologists by their naked eye, this AI able to detect. And this particular study, where they used a deep learning method and taught the neural networks to detect liver tumors, looks like the accuracy rate was very high, 93%, and precision was 67%. So this advancement has happened in radiology. Similarly, in retinal images in ophthalmology, the advancement has been made. With respect to psychiatry, why we are not able to catch up? The main reason is how we make a diagnosis, how we make a psychiatric diagnosis. We are making a phenomenological diagnosis, not etiological diagnosis. I'll try to explain this. In all disciplines, in all medical disciplines, we make a syndromal diagnosis first. That means a patient comes with some symptoms, say cough, fever, expectoration, sputum. So these are all symptoms. Then the clinician examines the patient and finds, okay, there are crepitations and there's a consolidation here. Okay, so these are signs, crepitations and bronchial breathing and consolidation. So these are signs. So symptoms plus signs make syndrome. So what is the syndrome? Pneumonia. So pneumonia is the syndrome. Then we go to the next stage. We do investigations. We ask the patient to bring out the sputum and look for bacteria, or do X-ray chest to confirm. If the sputum comes as pneumococcal positive, then we say pneumococcal pneumonia. If it comes as AFB positive, tuberculosis, then we say tuberculous pneumonia. So we come to the diagnosis. Then we treat accordingly. So this is etiological diagnosis. So treating pneumococcus by a different medicine. We are treating TB with 2-3 medicines. So our treatment is for the etiology, the cause of pneumonia. What's happening in psychiatry? A patient comes with symptoms of lack of sleep, lack of appetite, losing weight, feeling sad always, crying for the last 1 month, having repeated suicidal thoughts. So these are all symptoms. Signs, we see the patient talking very in a low volume, downcast eye. When you ask a question, the reply comes much later. So we see these signs, retarded signs. So what's our diagnosis? What's our diagnosis? Don't sleep. Depression. So what do? We give immediately medicines. Or if you are good in cognitive behavior therapy, CBT. There's no investigations. Similarly, a patient comes brought by family members saying that last 3 years he is talking to himself. He's suspecting that neighborhood people are sending poison into their home. Poisonous gas is coming. They're trying to kill me. When talking with the patient, you find that patient is having loosening of association. So what's the diagnosis? Syndrome, schizophrenia. And you give antipsychotics. No investigations. We don't know the cause. We're not treating the cause. We're treating the syndrome. And not only that, though we say it's depression, it's heterogeneous. It is not a unitary thing. Schizophrenia, again, heterogeneous. It's a group of schizophrenics. One person may not be like having another person. One person's depression may be because of multiple losses, deaths. Other person's depression may not be any stress, maybe because of hypothyroid. Third person, no cause, all the medical tests are normal, still having depression. So like that varies. But all the three improve. Once they have depression as diagnosis, all the three improve with medications. Somehow they improve. That's the truth. But the causes may be different. But we should make that syndromal diagnosis very accurately. If we misdiagnose schizophrenia patient as depression, like schizophrenia patient also may be withdrawn, maybe talking less, may not be going for work. If we misdiagnose the schizophrenia as depression and give antidepressant, the person will not improve, he will deteriorate. So at least the syndromal diagnosis should be appropriate. For those group of syndromes, we have evidence-based treatments. So how do we make this diagnosis based on only history and mental health examinations? So here comes the crux. Only if we are able to get the correct information, correct truth, we can make the diagnosis correctly. As schizophrenia, depression, panic disorder, etc., and give them that kind of treatment. Here, lots of factors come to play. First of all, the treating clinician should use his own good interviewing skills, should develop good rapport with the patient, and should give enough time for the family and patient to express themselves. If there is any problem in these three areas, we will not be getting the correct information. If we are not getting the correct information, make a wrong diagnosis, wrong treatment. Then, how much the family members and patient are able to correctly give their information, give the history. There could be recall bias. So only if they are able to give accurate information, we can capture that and diagnose properly. So this data which you are getting from the patient and the family member only help us to make a psychiatric diagnosis. So this data is more subjective and more qualitative. It is not quantitative. Unlike in radiology, you can say this image, the gray area is this much. The ventricular enlargement is this much. Like that, you can quantify this mm more, this mm less, like that. But this information of history, information of observing mental health signs, or qualitative. We get that through forming a good relationship with the patient, forming a good rapport with the patient, and observing patient's emotion, behavior. Here comes the another problem. How we correctly observe, interpret. A patient may be smiling. I may interpret that as inappropriate smile, meaning schizophrenia. But my colleague may say he's laughing excessively. This is manic sign. So look, interpretation of one sign makes a wrong, it can lead to a wrong interpretation and wrong diagnosis. But at the same time, it's not just one sign. Based on that, we make a diagnosis. We have a group of signs, group of symptoms. But there can be atypical features also. For example, a manic patient can talk to himself. Still, it's mania. It is not hallucinated behavior. He may not have hallucination at all. But what I'm saying is there could be variations in interpretations. And patient statements, written notes, all these are only the data we have. Unlike in radiology, ophthalmology, or other medicine departments, other medical specialties. This is the other thing, lack of insight. The patient may not agree that the patient that he or she is having a problem. So they may not tell that I am suffering from fear of persecution. I'm suffering from fear that whole government staff are coming to harm me. I'm not expressed to you because I don't think it is a mental illness. It is real. From Secretariat from Chennai, they're sending people to kill me. It's real. Why my family has brought me to you? Actually, they should inform the police or CBI. And defensiveness by the patient. So here we are not getting the information at all. Only if we get the data, information, you can make a diagnosis. Then the mental illness, any mental illness can have falsification of data, may have falsification data, and they also can have real cognitive deficits. Schizophrenia, they can have real cognitive deficits. So these all can impair a patient to give the information. We usually keep telling this. Our health, mental health is actually biopsychosocial. A psychiatric disorder is biopsychosocial in nature. All the causes can lead to this diagnosis, and all these things can cause can have an effect on the prognosis. But still, though we keep saying and we understand that concept, we are not able to capture everything. We go a little narrow only because we can't capture all the factors in biological thing, all the factors in psychosocial area, and all the social factors. It's difficult to capture and conceptualize. But looks like AA may help in at least capturing some of the biomarkers, and which can be more objective. And this biomarker can be related to the illness, and maybe in future we may be able to have some biomarkers for a group of schizophrenia, not full schizophrenia, a subgroup of schizophrenia, a subgroup of depression, like that. It looks like the technology can be able to develop some pre-diagnostic screening tools, and which can work out a risk model to say who are at risk to develop mental illness. So in future it may come. Coming to psychotic disorder, just for an example, say take schizophrenia, a severe psychotic disorder. In this psychotic disorder, we find patients having thought disorder, formal thought disorder. When you speak to him, we can find out the patient is having tangentiality, loosening of association, circumstantiality, like that. Many a times we struggle to get that. The patient may be really having, but during our short interview, few minutes of interview, we may not be getting that sample of thought disorder. Or we may not be spending much time to get that. And we also make the patient to write and see whether there's any thought disorder in the written sample, or we go for psychometric test to get a thought disorder. AI, artificial intelligence, has been used to differentiate speech of normal patients and psychotic patients, I mean schizophrenic patients. Looks like using AI, the machine can learn to differentiate and looks like it can easily pick up. This study showed that machine learning algorithms have successfully discriminated healthy patients from patients with schizophrenia with accuracy about 70%. Not 100%, of course, but 70%. That is good enough. Just one study. And these algorithms can localize where in speech sample there is incoherence and also predict the level of incoherence in the sample of conversation, and looks like the sensitivity of these machines to detect even subtle variations which astute clinician misses in a 20 minutes conversations. This subtle deviation would have happened just for a minute or two. So even a well-focused clinician would have missed, but machine will not miss, because for a machine, there's no tiredness, no boredom, no lunch. So they'll be fully concentrating. So it picks up. Coming to mood disorder, this study showed that EEG-based deep learning methods using convolutional neural network were able to discriminate depressive patients from healthy controls, accuracy more than 90%. I can't believe this, because we never use EEG for diagnosing depression. There are studies showing that EEG changes happen in depressive patients, like early onset of REM and reduced slow wave density, like that. But it is in a minority of patients or a group of patients. Using that, we cannot diagnose depression. I cannot do EEG on a patient and say that, okay, there is slow wave density, reduced slow wave sleep. That means it is depression. It's not the case. Maybe, as we were saying in the previous slide, depression is a very, very heterogeneous. In that, maybe one group have EEG changes. So this study had picked up EEG in that group of patients where the accuracy rate is 90%. However, routinely, we cannot use this. Okay, this study, they did interview on normal people, patients with depression, patients with anxiety disorder, and patients who are stressed in life. No diagnosis, but just stress, work stress. They used a scale to assess all these things: stress level, anxiety, depression. And they also had normal group also. They had this questionnaire and administered that. They got the data. This data they introduced to the AI machines, and AI machines learned this data, how it is different from these four groups. Then they applied these AI machines to some other group of people where there's mix of normal people, mix of anxiety disorder patients, mix of depressed patients. Looks like 5 models, 5 different AI models were used, and they were able to discriminate these 3-4 groups who are normal, who are having anxiety, who are having depression, who are just stressed. So machine learned and then able to discriminate. However, it was not at an acceptable level. The discrimination not acceptable level. It's only at a partial level. The reason is, again, the initial data which we got through a questionnaire may not be accurate. That means I may be having anxiety, severe anxiety, but the questionnaire, I would say I'm having mild anxiety. I would be having sweating, but I would lie saying that no sweating. It's questionnaire. So the initial data supplied may not be accurate. In fact, that is that's how we see in our life also. If we get a questionnaire, we will not sit and answer all the 35 questions. Feedback. If we go to a restaurant, you get a feedback. Are we going to read each and every item? If you're happy, you say all green. If you're unhappy, you say all red. No? So like that, the data are not accurate. With respect to child and adolescent disorder, making a diagnosis, so far I have not come across any. When I reviewed, I didn't see any study for diagnosing a childhood and adult psychiatric disorder. Because the disorders like ADHD, conduct disorder, ODD, separation anxiety disorder, all are very difficult to make. We need to spend lots of time in getting accurate information from the parents, teachers, and from the child. We'll be seeing whether it is a normal behavior or just a deviant behavior, or whether it will form a syndrome of ODD or ADHD. It's not so easy. So when the data itself is so difficult, making the machine to learn also very difficult. So I didn't come across any AI helping a diagnosis of ADHD. But this study showed that machine learning techniques have been used to differentiate adult ADHD successfully, and also they used EEG measurements to subtype ADHD into inattention mainly, or hyperactivity mainly, or mainly impulsivity. Coming to geriatric psychiatry, this study is published, done in India, where they used various neuropsychological battery. The result of that, this is a part of this 10/66 dementia group, where they got all the neuropsychological data and clinical findings, laboratory findings, and they made the machine to learn how to discriminate dementia. And it looks like the machine was able to successfully say who is having dementia, who is not having dementia. But you should give all the data, all the neuropsychological test data, you should give to the machine, then it will say. Finally, the systematic review on all AI done till 2021 concluded that AI have a limited role in diagnosing psychiatric illness. So there is a conclusion. So far, the AI help in making a diagnosis is very, very less. So we can't have that. What about this thing? Monitoring the physical and mental health of already diagnosed psychiatric disorder patients. So what are the evidences? Patient health questionnaire, this screening tool for diagnosing depression. It is a 9-item questionnaire. If the patient has cutoff of more than 5 or 6, the patient is having depression for sure. But the patient should definitely have that 5-item positive. This has been used in community samples, and even in clinical population, it has proved to be good. This study, what they did was they used PHQ-9 in an app and gave to patients who already had diagnosis of depression, already had diagnosed of recurrent depressive disorder, and asked these patients to rate this questionnaire every day in the app. Looked like the overall adherence rate was 77.8%, good, very good. They were able to correctly use that app in the mobile phone, and the PH9 estimates collected on the app strongly correlated with the traditionally administered paper and pencil scale. So traditionally what we do, we give this form as a tick. If we say, if we have that particular symptom, tick. If you have insomnia, tick that symptom. So like that we do. So they found that the correlation is very good, and app collected scores was 3.02 points higher than the paper and pencil score. That means people admitted about their depression genuinely in the app. But when you ask them to sit and collect a tick in front of you, they deliberately downgrade the depression. So it looks like this PH9 app is more sensitive. And also, more subjects reported suicidal ideation using the app than they did on the traditionally administered PH9. So, looks like in depression, PH9 app can be useful in already diagnosed depressive disorder patients. It's more sensitive, more reliable. This is another thing. We all know that our smartphones using our GPS can track our location. And there are also apps to monitor our WhatsApp activity, our social media activity like that. So investigators have been interested in seeing whether these things can be used in bipolar disorder patients or schizophrenia disorder patients using trackers, fitness trackers. For example, a bipolar disorder patient who is doing very well is having this track, and suddenly the fitness track is sending messages saying that he is waking up at 4 o'clock, and his GPS shows that he's been visiting many places early morning, and he's been using more WhatsApp, is putting more messages in Facebook. So the data coming from this fitness tracker will be useful in saying that, okay, this patient is relapsing into mania. Wonderful, isn't it? And same can be also reversed also. He's waking up 4 o'clock, but after that his movement is not there. And throughout the day also his movement into the society is very, very less. So probably is going to depression. So like that, if using the data from their social activity and their sleep, we may be able to pick up early signs of relapse, early warning signs. And so we can pick up these patients at early and start treatment so that they may not go, the illness will not become severe and they may not need admission. Similarly, these authors found that our voice can be biomarkers of certain illnesses. If you're anxious, we'll have curing of noise, of voice. Our voice may not be, the voice will be trembling. In depression, the voice tempo will be less, talking less. So maybe machines can be learned to pick up this variation. For example, a patient who is already diagnosed depression, if the machine can pick up that for the past 4 or 5 days, this volume of the amount of speech he is talking is less, or the tone, the tempo is less. So whether he is going to depression, again pick up early. So like that, this can be a biomarker. Then this is not unusual. We would be seeing this patient regularly. Today he had come. I have seen the patient. I find him perfectly fine. Give the same medicine and I'm sending him back. After 2 days, the patient will be brought with full of signs. It can be full of mania, full of depression, or full of schizophrenic signs, chloric signs. I didn't pick up these subtle changes in these 10 minutes consultation, 15 minutes consultation. But later, when they did the study, from the sample of talk which the doctor and patient had, the machine was able to identify a few subtle changes. So maybe again, so these subtle changes picked by the machine can be used in early signs of relapse in psychiatric disorders. Yeah, this is the other thing. Patients with schizophrenia, especially, they're unfortunate that their lifespan is 14 years less than a normal healthy patient, healthy controls. 14 years they lose. Like that, many psychiatric disorders, the lifespan is shorter for various reasons. Either it is because of higher physical comorbidities like hypertension, diabetes, or because of other reasons, ignoring their physical health, not taking their medicines for physical health also, like the many reasons. Looks like patients with schizophrenia are having heart rate variability, and this plus skin conductance, sleep quality, all this data can be collected to trackers, and we can stratify the risk of cardiac problems. Low risk, medium risk, high risk. Like that, this cardiac risk can be categorized and treatment can be given for this much early, or at least we can try to manage these patients little early. And this group of authors had Holter monitoring ECG, and they found that there is a reduced heart rate variability in patients with schizophrenia. So all these things the machine can learn and help us detecting early the patients who have got elevated cardiovascular risk. So which lead to less mortality. And people with serious mental problems are also adherent to having fitness trackers. So it's not difficult. Nowadays it's coming up. So widespread use of trackers is going to be reality soon. Coming to the third thing, treatment. In depression, okay, for a long time, a clinician tried to individualize treatment for this particular patient. What treatment I can give for this patient who is sitting in front of me. For that, we are using our evidence-based medicine and see which he is akin to which group of patients. Okay, he is having depression. He is having bipolar disorder. So bipolar depression. So a group of studies, a group of bipolar disorder patients have been found that they don't respond to antidepressant treatment. They respond well to mood stabilizers only. Giving antidepressant to bipolar disorder depression may worsen their bipolar illness by making them to switch to mania, or the cycles may become quicker. So it is harmful. It's not helpful. So this knowledge we are giving to using this knowledge, we're trying to treat this patient who is sitting in front of me. This hypothesis, hypothesis formed on this group can be refuted or accepted by doing lots of studies. Okay. But with the advent of this AI and deep machine learning, we can do little more prediction than just this. Here we predicted that for bipolar depression, antidepressant is not good. For psychotic depression, antipsychotic is better than antidepressant. For agitated depression, first give antipsychotic and antidepressant. This is the only variable we are keeping in mind. But machines can combine lots of other variables and can predict what this patient will respond to, or which treatment will be maybe harmful to this patient. This large volume of data, which is already available, a human mind cannot think such a, it cannot gather all the volumes, but vision can do that, it seems. So this has been applied well on antidepressant use, especially in acute depression. So this is a study where they had 25 different variables which can predict the outcome. These 25 different variables have been identified by many studies. One study would have picked up 4 variables like melancholic depression, melancholic symptoms will respond to better to tricycle antidepressant, better to SNRI like venlafaxine rather than SSRI. So like that. And old age is a poor prognosis for treatment. So like that, lots of variables are there. Different studies have identified these variables. This group of authors collected all the different variables, 25 variables, and made the machine to learn these variables. And then they did this study where they asked the machine to predict who in the first group, only escitalopram plus placebo, second group, 2 antidepressants, escitalopram plus bupropion. The machine was learned to predict who will respond to which group, which medicine. The model was able to predict response with accuracy of around 60%. It's good. Because if you really see the response of a psychiatrist treating an depressed patient antidepressant, the response rate is only 50 to 60%. Rest 40 to 50% may not respond to the first group of antidepressants. But here the machine is able to correctly predict at 60% level who will respond to escitalopram alone or who will respond to escitalopram plus bupropion. This is just one study. Maybe we need more and more studies like this. Okay. Okay. Coming to psychotic disorder, schizophrenia. about 40% of schizophrenia patients may not respond well to antipsychotics. Oh, those you give antipsychotics, you give 2-3 different antipsychotics, this 40% will have some symptoms, delusional hallucinations. And for treatment of schizophrenia, we all know that clozapine is the treatment. But again, there are many clozapine resistant schizophrenic patients. If we give clozapine for 100 resistant schizophrenic patients, only 40% improve, 60% may not improve. So like that, the resistance of schizophrenia is quite severe. So they have developed various treatments, augmenting clozapine resistant treatment. One of the novel treatment is avatar treatment, where the patient is taught to engage with the image, computer image. The computer image will be trained to have same voice as the hallucination. How this patient is having having hallucinations of a male voice or female voice, how the voice is threatening or talking in a nicer way. So the same tempo, quality, content, everything is given to the avatar and trained. So here the patients engage with the avatar, but this time instead of the voice threatening the patient, instead of the voice scolding the patient, instead of the voice commanding the patient, will talk nicely, have good words to them. Looks like this improved their depression, improved their quality of life, and the real hallucination also came down, it seems. Not complete relief, but they came down. So there is improvement in visual or auditory hallucinations, depressive symptoms, overall quality of life because of this avatar. This is a AI, by using AI induced or AI based avatar project. Coming to child and adolescent psychiatric disorder, the most difficult group is autism group, where they don't have or they have less social skills. Looks like robotherapy. This is robotics assist these children to develop social skills. This robot now help them in recognizing their facial emotions and make the patient to have appropriate gaze response. That means it's training the children how to imitate, how to take turns while talking, how to stay engaged with the conversation, and even tell them how to show empathy. So whether this will result in overall improvement in social skills, these studies show that it is. Children with ASD have been seen to perform better with the robo partners, and they respond better with better social behaviors, and their spontaneous language improved according to this study. In old age, coming to geriatric, living alone in old age increases the risk factor for cognitive dysfunctions, depression, and disturbed web cycle. There is a thing called information supported robots. They call it ISR, which remind people to time to wake up. In fact, even our usual watch, we have this. It says it's time up. All for 1 hour you're sitting, get up and walk. So like that, information support robots have been used in elderly people, making them to eat on appropriate time, making them to go to bed at appropriate time, and which looks like improves their sleep quality. And these are called companion boats. It has been available in research to help patients with dementia. And there are artificially intelligent animal-like robots, it seems, like a bear, like a monkey, chimpanzee. So these bots can be kept at home also, it seems. And this responds to speech and movement with dynamic dialogue. When the geriatric old age person moves appropriately, the robot will talk, and it becomes like a companion to the old man. These companion robots are fruitful in reducing their stress, agitation, loneliness, and improves their mood also. You know what is this? Android Kunjapan. Android Kunjapan. How many of you have seen this movie? Yeah, many of you have seen. Looks like they're making movie in Tamil also. And K.S. Ravikumar, director, is acting on this as an old man in Tamil. So here, this old man is living alone. And his son, who is sitting next to him, was working in Japan. And he's married that lady also in Japan. And once he visits his father in Kerala, while coming, he brought his robo. He was working in a robo company and they were making this robot. So he just wanted to bring that robot and see how it's working in his home. The robot, this old man becomes very, very attached to his robot, becomes very, very friendly. In the movie, in fact, he stitches shirt pant for this robot. But finally, after 3 months, this son who had come from Japan is going back. This robot he wants to take back because it is not, it belongs to his company. Still, research is going. So that time, this old man becomes very attached, and he, in fact, steals the robot from home and goes away. It's an interesting movie. Looks like it is becoming realistic. Maybe in few years down the line, we may be having robo to help with geriatric patients. In addiction psychiatry, we give lots of psychoeducation to patients about the ill health of various substances, about how alcohol has affected their liver, things like that. But instead of giving a straightforward message like that, this conversational agent through digital media reaches the patient very well, it seems. So they have got a higher adherence to this conversational agent, like a chatbot comes telling them, look, it's 4 o'clock. You may get a craving now. Go home fast or eat something so that your crime reduces. Like the chatbot can come. So looks like a conversational agent and text-based conversational agents improves their adherence to abstinence. Again, it can reduce the craving. This conversational agent which can come in their mobile phone. What about psychotherapy? Can it be automated? Can AI take over the role of psychologist completely? Looks like internet-based CBT may be amenable to machine learning. Initially, it could be a guided treatment, like giving alerts to the patient or the therapist, saying that the patient is having more anxiety now. A patient is sweating a lot. That means he's more anxious. Like that, may be giving some alarms, like a feedback. But whether it is possible to fully autonomous the CBT, we have to wait and see. Looks like difficult. But there are small-scale studies using conversational chatbots, which can reduce anxiety in normal college-going students who are becoming anxious during exam time or during stressful period. So studies have shown that they have been helped by these chatbots based on AI. And this app, test app, is available, it seems. It listens to our speech using this natural language processing method, and it can flag expressions. Whenever a person is anxious, it can say, you are anxious now. Or if you are depressed, the app will say you are depressed. Based on some of our movements and some of our speech. It has come up, it is there, it's in this test app. It can just show. And these chatbots are again, have been researched, it seems. They're naming as Sarah, Wobot, Vaisa. So again, it sends messages, interactive messages, using just our SMS or some text message, giving feedback. This Wobot helps patients identify the emotions, thought patterns, and which helps a person to learn skills to reduce anxiety or to become more resilient. And also it can reduce depressive symptoms. Some studies are there. This is a very old psychotherapy, But the elements of client-side psychotherapy is being used in all forms of psychotherapies. This is the framework, this client-side psychotherapy, developed by Carl Rogers. According to Carl Rogers, every person has got scope to improve their health, improve their personality. That is humanistic philosophy. Everybody has got that strength to develop themselves. Only thing is, the person has to think in a reflective way. So client-led psychotherapy helps with that. In client-led psychotherapy, when a person comes, the therapist just reflects, paraphrase, summarize what the person is telling. It's like a mirror. So seeing oneself in the mirror, their emotions, thoughts, and their beliefs, the person sees the error and corrects. That's the principle of client-centered psychotherapy. In fact, this element is there, should be there in all good psychotherapies. Even if it is CBT or behavior therapy, this element should be there. So here they have developed internet-based client-centered psychotherapy. This is the email. They have named this person as Eliza. So the client says, I feel so sad. The computer says, you are feeling sad. Yes, my life is in ruins. You feel your life is in ruins. So just based on the language, this is by language processing, this not robot, the machine in the web-based machine changes the grammar a little bit and reflects. So it's like client-centered psychotherapy. So one researcher said that the computer says, hello, I am Elisa, how can I help you? The researcher repeatedly repeats, can I help you? For that, this is the answer. The machine says, do you want to be helped by? There's no grammar. Here comes the human element. We will not tell like this. But the message is taught like that. So pick up this subject, object, and put object in the subject and put the object in the subject. That's all. So it becomes client-centered psychotherapy. It's not so simple. So this is a mistake a machine can make. At the same time, there is some evidence to show that computer-based CBT can be used. This beating the blues has been used in NHS for treating postpartum depression. So a postpartum depressed patient can sit in front of the computer and it is an automated thing. You have to give your answer to the question and finally it will help us in how to relieve our depression. Looks like beating the blues has been a good success. Fear fighter is for anxiety disorder. Again, same thing, automated, but the evidence of fear fighter CBT, computer-based CBT is less. So this author said that there was an 81% chance that computer-based treatment could be cost-effective. However, a meta-analysis of 5 computer-based treatments for anxiety depression found that they are better than waiting list controls who are not got any treatment. When they given CBT-based, computer-based CBT, the improvement was much better. Okay, coming to the last portion, ethical issues. What are the ethical issues in general and mostly in psychiatry in using AI systems? Look, AI have got no morality. No, they don't know which is correct in a moral way. For example, while teaching a car, like maybe Tesla, you can say, you can tell the machine, don't hit the pedestrians. They'll be walking in the sides, don't go there. So you can train like that. But how many instructions we can give to a machine not to harm this particular person? So very difficult in complex scenario like our psychological problems. Have you read this novel, Dan Brown, The Origin? Dan Brown is the famous novelist who wrote Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons, the movies. his last but previous novel is on origin. The first two chapters goes like this. This man has invented AI, in fact AI only, but there they call it a supercomputer. He has invented a supercomputer. He is launching that in the first meeting. He's invited all the big people in the world, good scientists in the world to that meeting. He is about to address the big meeting. He's coming to the stage. He's shot. He's shot in front of a big group of audience. In the audience, there were big scientists, political leaders, great people. In front of all of them, he was shot. That's the start of the novel. Then the novel goes on how the Robert Langdon, the hero, who goes and finds out finally who has shot this person. Can you guess who has shot this person? His own supercomputer, his own AI. You know what? The AI, he has told the AI that he wants to become very famous in short time. Help me for that. Help me to become famous in a very short time. So this is the code. So his AI wanted to make his inventor very famous in short time. He shot. He shot in front of the big group. So he became very famous. So that is the danger of AI. So it doesn't have the common sense. It doesn't have the morality. So who has got the responsibility? Suppose if AI goes wrong in treating a psychiatric patient, who's responsible? Is the authorizing psychiatrist who gave the AI treatment for the patient, or the patient himself who accept that, or should we sue the developers of AI algorithm, or the hospital or government? And next thing is interpretability. The AI machine doesn't tell us why the AI has taken this decision or how it has taken this decision. But we do that when we teach our students. We tell why I'm choosing this medicine for him and why I'm saying don't give any treatment. We'll wait for a couple of days. I'll tell the reason. The reason may be correct or not, that we'll know only later. But at least I'm trying to give the reasons behind, rational behind the thinking. But AI will not be able to tell the rationale behind that thinking. And what ethical issue? What if the psychiatrist does not agree with the decision of the AI? The AI says give sertraline for this patient, but the psychiatrist doesn't want to give sertraline. So whom should the patient listen? And another thing is capacity and consent. Mental illness can impair the capacity and the ability to give consent to both the use of AI in the treatment and also sharing the data. This is another thing. If we want to use extensive AI in psychiatry, all the information which you are getting from the patient has to be uploaded. It should be in the cloud line. Anybody should use that. Then only different algorithm can be developed and machines can be learned to develop complex algorithms. So what happens with the privacy? Lab values can be uploaded. There's no privacy. You can just say patient number 1 has got hemoglobin 4. Patient number 6 has got hemoglobin 14. You can number and send. But in psychiatry, all the discussions has to be uploaded. How much we can anonymize? That's the problem. So these are the disadvantages. Lack of data, as we discussed in the initial slides, we don't have enough data, and very difficult to generalize a model. There's lots of variation between one person to other person. So it's difficult to generalize, and a model trained on one set of training data can make catastrophic errors on a different set of data. And it's not practical to train a new model for every scenario. Then the thing which we saw, lack of human empathy and compassion in AI. These are particular group of people said patients hesitate in revealing their personal problem history to the doctor. it would rather be easier to divert their symptoms to artificial intelligence without fear of being judged. By reading, it appears fine, but in practice, we don't see this. In fact, a person wants to tell to the other person so that he can be understood well. The person wants to get validated about their beliefs, feelings, thinking, etc. This catharsis, ventilation happens. They're all beneficial for treatment happens only if the patient believes that the other person is listening actively, understanding him. So how can this be true? Clinically, I like to disagree with that. So in one review article, the authors say that the future of artificial intelligence, actually, it is not just about the improving the disorder, but it should have lots of other elements. It's good for the humanity, not like how we saw in the novel, shooting the inventor himself. The empathy, compassion, the wellness, all these things should come. So the authors finally conclude that the artificial intelligence term should be changed to artificial wisdom, which actually improves the humanity rather than harming anyone. So in conclusion, in psychiatry, there is very less use of AI in helping us in arriving at a psychiatric diagnosis. But AI can be definitely useful in monitoring a patient with an established psychiatric diagnosis, both about their mental health, like they're going to have a relapse or showing some relapse, early warning signs, or about the physical health, like that, AI can be used in monitoring. And few psychosocial interventions can be delivered successfully through AI. And for this, we need a good collaboration of mental health professionals, ethicists, technologists, engineers, healthcare administrators, entrepreneurs, and government. The full potential of AI can be accomplished only if you address all the challenges. And it should rightly serve the mankind. It should rightly serve the mankind. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful words of introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear delegates and my dear students. So I'm not going to make you sleep for the next 30 minutes. My session is not going to be more than 30 minutes today. So you have heard about different conditions from morning, about the mental illness, how AI can support in the diagnosis, in the treatment, and in the rehabilitation of the mental illness. So I'm not going to go back into that content. But how many of you here wanted to become a mental health nurse? Yes? So I will tell you my story. It's interesting for you if you wanted to become a mental health nurse. How many of you? There is no hands raising. So I should ask Dr. Bhaskar, there needs to be a lot of more motivation for, the students to become mental health nurses. Yes? No one wants to become? Or rendu moonu kai theriyudu. Okay. So becoming a mental health nurse by itself needs lot of courage and resilience, because the first opposition will start from your home. Okay? My mother is a nurse. The first question she asked me was, why do you want to choose pediatrics and mental health? Why can't you choose medical surgical? Okay? But my first interest into mental health came when I was a student like you in BSc. I was taken to the hospital in Kusumagiri, because we just had the initial stage of a clinic for psychiatry. Dr. Raghutaman sir is here. So it was just initiated, and so we had to go there for our posting. Okay? In mental health, you have the advantage of making a diagnosis. You as a nurse, you will be assessing the patient to make a diagnosis, which is not there in all other specialties. Do you agree with me? You are the one who make the diagnosis. Then you discuss with the psychiatrist or the consultant. Then they arrive at a diagnosis with proper investigation and everything. So then the treatment is given. So you have the advantage of, assessing the patient and diagnosing what type of illness it is. So that gives a lot of interest for you to grow and update your knowledge to become a mental health nurse. Yes, students? So what is a challenge? How do you define challenge? Yes? When you want something new to happen, the situation demands a difficulty for which you need to find a solution. Is it not? So that is a challenge. So when there is a challenge, you will be arriving at problem solving situations to find better environment to practice and to care for the patient. So challenge is always not taken as a difficulty. It is a difficulty which arises to fight, to argue, but to arrive at a solution. So today we are looking at challenges. We are also going to look at opportunities, what mental health nurses can have in order to become better. So the statistics of mental illness in India, if you look at the bird's eye view, 10.6% of India's population live with mental health conditions, of which 76 to 85% of those in need of mental health care do not receive services or support. Yes, do you agree with this? Yes, why people don't come forward to take a treatment or support? What is the main reason? So this is what we are going to look at today. What is the main reason? Yes, you're all telling me the answer. Stigma is the main cause. Okay, so you will be branded as a mentally ill patient in the society, then you will have to face other consequences. So this is the main reason why people don't come forward to take treatment for mental illnesses. But why is the treatment gap? When we look at evidence-based studies, lack of trained human resources for mental health. Like we have now with the new plan, budget which is allotted for mental health, you have telemanas coming up with which is initiated by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So it is an online support for the mentally ill people, be it suicide or whatever it is. So disproportionate concentration of services in the urban areas. Like for example, I studied in NIMHANS, but NIMHANS is at Bangalore. How many of you will be able to, when you are not well with mental illness, how many of them are able to go to NIMHANS? Very few. Many people are not knowing about it, is it not? Lack of community-based services. So if there is some community-based services available for the patients in the health center, it will be more accessible to the population. Stigma and discrimination. This is something, years and years we have been battling, and it's become very, very difficult. Even in the, with more growing technology, we are talking about AI and everything, but still stigma persists. Is it not? Poor budgetary allocations of the mental health. Actually, do you agree with this? Since sir is here, I think we have to. There is budget allocated, but in reality, the budget is not used, is the statistics which is always shown. Even this time, the same budget was taken to at least start telemanas so that it will be initiated and it be used by the population in a better way. So the National Mental Health Program is one of the main mental health service delivery program under the preview of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It was introduced in 1982 with the objective of facilitating the integration of mental health care with the primary health care services. So over the years, the National Mental Health Program has had several revisions, and currently it comprises of 4 components. The first component is integrating the mental health service into the general health service, which is through the district mental health program. I think, if I'm not wrong, I had my teacher, Dr. Selvaraj, who had also thrown light on this, nurses are being trained under this program to assess and diagnose patients and treat patients at community level. Training of human resources for mental health care and establishing center of excellence and tele-mental health services. That is the telemenas, which I told you about. So this is the one. So this is under the NMHP, National Mental Health Program. It was introduced as a new line item receiving 15% of the total funds allocated for mental health. And this change is indicated that the government is focusing on strengthening the mental health services in the country after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we need some disease like this to come in order to throw light on the most important part of our health, which is the mental health. Yes, WHO has given cardiac disease as #1 cause of death, right? In 2030, what will be leading? Is it the cardiac disease or something else? Depression. Even for cardiac disease, the sole cause of cardiac disease is depression. Okay. So the ultimate problem is not in the body, it is in the mind. There, even if you ask a 1-year-old child, you'd say, I am so tensed. They don't know the meaning of word tense, but they are tensed, is it not? So mental health nurses are the second largest group of behavioral health professionals, next to psychiatrists, psychologists, all over the world. Okay. So you are a big force who can make change, who can face challenges in order to establish a great mental health care delivery. So the primary goal of mental health nurses are to promote well-being through prevention and education, in addition to assessment, diagnosis, care, and treatment of mental health and substance use disorders. But the care dimension has a paradigm shift from the symptom reduction to the recovery-focused care. Now, what does this recovery-focused care mean? The recovery-focused care, I'll come to it later. So in illness prevention, we have the early recognition, early intervention, symptom management, and preventing relapse. This is the normal routine work a mental health nurse is always doing. But in wellness promotion, you have stress management. You are preventing the disease through workshops, awareness programs in the community, social support enhancement, and psychological first aid. So you are getting the person at the first hand, like for example, FEP. Yes. So the first evidence of psychosis itself you are catching, and you are giving the person proper follow-up care in order to not let the person to go into severe mental illness. So that is the main job of a mental health nurse. The recovery focused care, it provides insight into mental illness to individuals and families at large. And as I already discussed with you, FEP diagnosis and follow-up and measurement metrics in the care delivery. Like sir mentioned, we should have a record. We should have an electronic data which says these many patients in this year was, diagnosed with schizophrenia. Most of the time as researchers, when we go for this data, except for the private hospitals, if you go for bigger hospitals, they don't have a proper data. So the data analytics should come into force in order to help us to have the proper statistics. Because if you want to implement strategies like AI, the proper statistics has to be there. Challenges which are faced for recovery focused care is lack of quality time, because for one patient you may take like 30 to 45 minutes. Is it available for you? Stigma and public perception, lack of defined clinical guidelines for mental health care. Like for example, in our hospital where we work, we have like department policies and procedures. I'm sure our PSG also will be having. So if a patient is going for ECT, there is a written procedure, how to prepare the patient, how the procedure is done on the patient, what is the post-ECT care. It is very clearly defined. Any X or Y or Z coming as a nurse in that particular area is going to be well oriented to this through the department policies and procedure from day one. So this is, exactly proper clinical guidelines must be there for the care of the patient. Now coming to stigma. How are we going to combat stigma? We have to combat stigma in 3 levels. So how are we going to combat stigma? So what are the myths and facts about the mental illness? Has to be told to the public. So it affects anybody. So sometimes, people have existent ideas in their mind how mental illness come. It affects only the poor. It affects only the rich. No, it affects anybody. It affects men or women. It is common in 1 in 5 adults. They don't always look different from others. That is the patients. They range from common to severe conditions. It is more than just stress. Sometimes if you ask, the family members, they don't want to admit that the patient is suffering from mental illness. So they will tell, no, just, my son is having only stress. So actually, no, that person is suffering from severe mental illness and has to be taken for the treatment. So maybe brief or long term, and it affects the quality of life and the work and the relationships, and it has an effect on the entire family, and it has to be given different forms of treatment. So when we look at the stigma, we have 3 levels of stigma: self-stigma, public stigma, and the structural stigma. So when it is self-stigma, it can be dealt with the therapeutic intervention, and you can also run peer support programs which can combat the stigma at the individual level. When it is a public stigma in the society, as I said, community awareness programs, motivational stories can be given, like a patient who has recovered from schizophrenia on treatment maintenance can be he can talk on Instagram, or, you can mask the face. Sir said, avatar can be used to mask the face, and then he can speak to the public how he came out of the illness. Now, these kind of things can motivate, and it can bring down the stigma of the illness. And structural stigma, you have to make changes in the policies and educational programs. Like in our nursing, if you see, I will come to it later. I have certain things to share with you. The main challenges that we face are in the layout of the hospital, the patient characteristics, the therapeutic role, and the staffing. These are the main challenges. When we say physical layout, yes, so I am seeing that there is a new wing is being built for psychiatry, sir, if I am not wrong. Yeah, so that is a good venture. So when you talk about layout, what are the things that you expect in a physical infrastructure? So I initially started working as a mental health nurse in Bahrain. So I was with the patients. So in a very primitive setting. Now we have a proper infrastructure where you have a seclusion room. You have a nurse's station which is protected. You have patient sensing alarms. So these are all coming under the infrastructure. The most important thing I want to share with you is something called as Observe Smart. Now, this is an AI-powered wearable which can be with the patient, where you need not monitor the patient very closely, because when you start monitoring the patient very closely, patient is going to hide things. You don't know when he's going to become aggressive, is it not? But with this wearable will let you document the behavior and the safety of the patient while you are away from the patient. You are able to monitor it on your monitor. It's like a watch which is worn by the patient. So that kind of technologies can help, improve infrastructure, which can reduce the effect of violence, physical violence, sexual harassment on the staff, and also verbal abuse. Okay, verbal and emotional abuse on the staff, because the patients can be aggressive, they can be using words which are hurting you and all that. So all this can be avoided because you can monitor the patient well ahead of time, and you can treat the patient accordingly with a physical or a chemical restraint when it is needed. So this is the hospital setting that you can see. So how the placement of nurses station is there. See how protected it is. Yes, you can see seclusion room. All of it is transparent, From the nurse's station, the nurse can view the patient. So this is the kind of setting it should be there when you're monitoring a client who's at risk for aggression or for suicide or whatever. Behavior monitoring system, which I have shared with you, the seclusion rooms and the physical and chemical restraints. Now, challenges related to the patient characteristics. So what we normally face is the patient will be coming back again and again because of relapse. How can we prevent it? It's a very common problem. Patient coming back with relapse. One thing, patient may not have proper health education, no proper awareness. So patient, you know what will happen? Mostly the patient will avoid taking medication because of the side effect. Is it not? So this has to be educated to the family and to the patient if possible, that these side effects are very temporary. That is where the role of nursing students come. They have to give nursing education, health education or psychoeducation to the patient regarding the illness, that what is the kind of medication, what is the kind of symptoms, how the relapse happens. When relapse happens, how immediately you have to come back to the doctor. You understand? So poor compliance, accessibility and affordability to the treatment, because you know the treatment to mental illness is very costly. You know, yes, because ours is a private hospital. Sir, do we have any for patient? Do we have like a free treatment or no? So we do have. So this has to be made aware to the patient. Okay. Yes. Because you can see haloperidol, all these medications, the newer antipsychotics, atypical antipsychotics are all very costly, especially the long-acting antipsychotics which are given as injections are very, very costly. So adverse drug reactions, comorbid illness, expressed emotions in the family has an impact. There's lots and lots of studies which has evidence-based proof for this, and a poor insight. Patient doesn't have, like for example, there is an alcoholic who is coming for treatment. Okay, so he has to be treated in the clinic. Means he should have a locus of control within himself. Yes, somebody from the family is pushing him for the treatment. Means you can't retain him in the clinic for a longer time. So with your treatment, he has to get that insight about the illness. Okay, so complex symptoms and socio-demographics, from which area they come and what is their culture, all this has an impact on the patient's treatment. And confidentiality issues. Now sir was discussing as the last point how even if you are going to use an AI app collecting data, how much is the privacy of the data going to be maintained for the patient? It is not like our paper and pencil data, paper and pen data, because any data on the net is going to be available for others. So who is going to give consent for it? The patient. So who is the advocate for the patient? Nurse. So you have to be very careful in protecting so same we teach you during the psychiatric nursing course that you will not go and discuss about the patient with anybody, because maybe they have relatives around your house. Is it not? Your teacher would have taught you. So it's the same thing. The confidentiality is a major challenge while caring for patients with mental illness. So challenges in executing therapeutic roles. So, you know, overlapping therapeutic roles. Sometimes the nurse is not only carrying out her role, she is carrying out the role of attender, taking the patient to a therapy. She is carrying out the role of a therapist sometimes, because the enough therapist is not available. So this has to also, because it will put more workload on the patient, on the nurse. And wellness initiatives, this also has to, you have to think about the nurses having workshops for burnout and stress, who are working in the mental, patients who are having psychiatric disorders. So they have to be rotated to other wards, similar wards or something like that, or to therapies, so that they have a release of stress from the job. So like those kind of wellness initiatives must be there. Consultation and liaison functions must also be in work. Mentorship and partnership roles versus partnership roles also must be there for nurses, and legal liabilities. Like sometimes the patient comes and admits involuntarily without anybody. Who takes the responsibility for this? Because the nurse has to deal with the police and everybody because of the emergency situation. So human rights in case of involuntary admission, and lack of resources, as I told you, medication, equipment and all this, and rehabilitation, whether it is vocational or community rehabilitation. Which do you think is more effective? Depends on the condition of the patient. But I think we have rehabilitation facilities in our hospital, vocational also available. Sir, community rehabilitation also is available, sir. It should be initiated in the health centers, especially through our students. So it will be more effective when it comes to, so like you're giving training to make a soap, a basket, you know, all this vocational kind, keeping them engaged during the daytime, especially from 8 to 12 o'clock like that. So, those kind of rehabilitation initiatives has to be come in place. Challenges in staffing, very, very important, the staff shortage. So what is the ideal ratio for a patient-nurse ratio in a psychiatry ward? You will be surprised, and it is not possible. It is 1:1. Actually, ideal. Okay. So if you take all the European countries and everywhere, which is not possible in our country, but at least we can say when the patient is in acute condition, they have to be 1:1. That should be the say. Assuming non-nursing roles can be to some extent prevented. Unified guidelines for mental health nurses recruitment is very, very important. I think now there is a lot of unified guidelines, especially in the private hospitals and in the government sector also. There is exams, and it has been unified guidelines now to get recruited to a psychiatric hospital. Specific practice guidelines for mental health nurses must be there, which has to be initiated by the ISPN. Okay, Indian Society for Psychiatric Nurses, which is having its office in NIMHANS, should also initiate for all this. They are initiating, and it is in progress. And lack of evidence based operating manuals. Like for example, if you are having some evidence based manuals for a particular condition, for particular schizophrenia or for depression, any therapies, we should have a proper operating manuals for it, and more active professional bodies must be there specific to mental health nurses. As of now, we have ISPN. I don't know if there is more other, Mahesh can tell us if there is any other professional bodies within India. So I think that is the one. And they are conducting conferences, workshops, and webinars, which has come up after the COVID, and more opportunities for updating skills, learning while doing. Like for example, if there is special workshops on how to handle aggressive patient, okay, so that can be given like a running workshop for all the new nurses who are getting into the job in a particular hospital. So challenges in mental health nursing education. So you're all very fortunate, like you have your own institution with a good number of patients. So you get the opportunity to of the practice in your area. So there are many institutions who are tied up with other institutions, and they have to pay money in order to get their training. Okay, like Keel Park or Nimans or anywhere. So lack of clinical infrastructure cannot give a proper practice for the mental health nursing students who are coming up with as mental health nurses, and lack of guidelines for student appraisal. So when there is like a system, I'm sure we have a very good system, because we have the accreditation also working on NABH and ISO already. So I'm sure you have a very good student appraisal, which is giving more chance for the students to say this is wrong, this is right for their practice. So you have a student appraisal. Negligence from other disciplines. This is very common. You know, now that is not come to a little bit of lesser in concentration. But in those days, when you say mental health nursing, not many people prefer to take mental health nursing when it compared to pediatrics or medical surgical or like that. Unless you are really passionate to become a mental health nurse, something in you that you wanted to become only a mental health nurse, only can drive you into. But now those things have changed because, mental health nurses are the largest group of nurses who produce lot of research for evidence into practice. So lack of opportunities in the application of knowledge in terms of assessment, planning and intervention. Like we study about using a tool for depression, but how to use this deck inventory, how to use this ADHD tool for assessment on a child. So these things in practice, when it is taught, because since the institution is having masters, PhD and all, I'm sure your teachers are giving you the opportunity to do the assessment on the patients. So this is a unique model by Jan et al. 2020, which talks about a framework for education and practice. So that is, it starts with the attitude, belief and values, with the core comprehensive knowledge of mental health, mental illness and for addiction. So this is first, if you say, the foremost quality of a mental health nurse is to establish a therapeutic relationship. How do you establish a therapeutic relationship? So in those days when we are studying, we have something called as verbatim. Okay? Verbatim means it is a conversation between you and the patient. Okay? So what question you ask, what your patient answered. So from this, you will be, deriving what kind of therapeutic communication technique you have used with the patient. So that's how you establish this assignment has been removed in my college at least. I don't know if it is still being used, Mahesh. Oh, very good. Okay, so you have it. So this is a very, very important tool which establishes the therapeutic relationship with the patient. So then you have building mental health to the forefront with the holistic approach. You're considering the patient as a whole with all the aspects, biopsychosocial, integrating recovery in all aspects of mental health service delivery. So you are coordinating with all, with the psychiatrist, with the therapist, and the rehabilitation people and everybody, reducing the stigma related to mental health in the individual level, in the public and in the societal level, and advocating for community and system change to improve mental health services. So this is so our education, nursing education has to be focused on all this knowledge, attitude and knowledge, beliefs and values of this particular model being used in order to. So we have the future of mental health nursing, which is from translational to transformational to multi-level to multidisciplinary level, which is very, very self-explanatory. So bench to bedside. So your knowledge is not just if I ask you define depression, I don't expect a ICD definition from you. You should at least know what kind of symptoms patient has. How can I say this patient is suffering from depression? He has sadness. He's not sleeping for months. He has a weight loss like this. At least the basic information, if you are able to give, then it is good. So that is one thing. So I'll show you a small video of an AI assessment of ADHD, very interesting, and how the child, when playing this game, gets an intervention for ADHD. Can you please Students, I think you had a difficulty with the sound. So that is a game which is given to the child to play. It's given as an intervention. And when the child goes from one level to another level, their attention improves in an ADHD child. So that is it is FDA approved and it is given as an AI therapy for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So knowing the trends in mental health nursing, like some of the aspects, the paradigm shift, the advancement in psychopharmacology, and all this can help us to become better nurses. So remember, if your role as a mental health nurse doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you. So can you look at this picture? This is what I dream about a future mental health nurse. So you can see a picture of a mental health nurse who is intervening a patient for sleep disorder. So what I dream of is a nurse who becomes a nurse entrepreneur, runs her own sleep clinic for a patient who has a problem with sleep. Will be the future of mental health nursing if you take challenge as an opportunity. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.